Bring the band in. Woo. Well, all right. Yeah, they want me to fit in, but I can't. I'm too different with it. Too advanced to think. You know my intuition. I got bars and ink, but never in a prison. Too far gone, never gonna sit and listen. This is optimism mixed with the best. You get it? What you're seeing is a beast in the flesh. I'm vetted up. I don't need to try to speak for the rest. Always keep it abrupt. They wanna keep it a mess, you know. This is what you get when you're sitting as a vet. But everybody know that you're a threat. With the rest, let's go. We won't fit in your box. We don't quit, we won't stop. Ride us all to the top. We won't fit in your, we won't fit in your, we won't fit in your box. No, we don't quit, we won't stop. No, ride us all to the top. Whoa. We won't fit in your box. No. Tell you we don't fit in your box. Why you try to box me and I got the key to unlock? I know the locksmith, optics, speak of the loss. I'm eating lobster, chopsticks, freaking the boss. You know, I'll never fit in where I go at. Boss talk like I'm Boaz. Why fit in when you know you can stand out still? They remember you more when you hand out deals. Let's go. We won't fit in your box. We don't quit, we won't stop. Ride us all to the top. We won't fit in your, we won't fit in your, we won't fit in your box. No, we don't quit, we won't stop. No, ride us all to the top. Whoa. We won't fit in your box. No. Don't box me in. I do my own thing. Spirit is right within. I got my own way. Violent is not within. Look at the way that I do my ops again. Oh, better let me loose. You know that I got the juice. Everything I got to do. Words that I speak out my mouth, I gotta move. Oh, we can't fit in your box. We too cold and you know. We won't fit in your box. We don't quit, we won't stop. Ride us all to the top. We won't fit in your, we won't fit in your, we won't fit in your box. No, we don't quit, we won't stop. No, ride us all to the top. Whoa. We won't fit in your box. No. Thank you, Ben, for coming out tonight. My name is Son of Augustine. Let's go. Bring the band in. Woo. Well, all right. Yeah, they want me to fit in, but I can't. I'm too different with it. Too advanced to think. You know my intuition. I got bars and ink, but never in a prison. Too far gone, never gonna sit and listen. This is optimism mixed with the best. You get it? What you're seeing is a beast in the flesh. I'm vetted up. I don't need to try to speak for the rest. Always keep it abrupt. They wanna keep it a mess, you know. This is what you get when you're sitting as a vet. But everybody know that you're a threat. With the rest, let's go. We won't fit in your box. We don't quit, we won't stop. Ride us all to the top. We won't fit in your, we won't fit in your, we won't fit in your box. No, we don't quit, we won't stop. No, ride us all to the top. Whoa. We won't fit in your box. No. Tell you we don't fit in your box. Why you try to box me in? I got the key to unlock. I know the locksmith, optics, speak of the lots. I'm eating lobster, chopsticks, freaking the boss. You know, I'll never fit in where I go at. Boss talk like I'm Boaz. Why fit in where you know you can stand out still? They remember you more when you hand out deals. Let's go. We won't fit in your box. We don't quit, we won't stop. Ride us all to the top. We won't fit in your, we won't fit in your, we won't fit in your box. No, we don't quit, we won't stop. No, ride us all to the top. Whoa.
Your order is here.
Oh, thank you, thank you.
Hello and welcome to PMPL EU Stage 3. Now, it's been a while, I want to say, since you've seen me and Max, but honestly, it's been yesterday. So that worked yesterday, but it's not going to work today. I'm Ginny, your host, joined on the desk by Max. He's still here. How you doing?
I'm still here. Weirdly enough, I didn't get rid of me, but you know what? That's because my muscle mass has increased by 20% because I need to work on the muscles.
Get it off the screen.
Jenny, because our brain collectively is just too massive.
Honestly.
Jenny, because our prediction game is on point and the casters, they need to step up. Yeah.
The casters, like, were literally crying this morning. Happens, you know, when you don't get any of the predictions right. Check out the socials. Something that you don't want to miss out on because, again, as we said yesterday, and we've been saying for the entirety of PMPL EU, Max is cosplaying Santa Claus, so if you're missing out on some of these skins, that's going to make you cry just as much as Blank and John cried this morning.
Yes, and you got some cool stuff to win, some of these cool skins, especially the fashion leader set. We still got a few of those remaining if you guys want. And you go to Esports PUBGM EU over on Instagram, go check out the pinned post and tell us which player you think might be the MVP at the end of the event. And we'll be choosing some winners, potentially today, maybe tomorrow, who knows. And also if you just follow, we might pick random people. So yeah, that's cool. Yeah,
I love how you're speaking as a collective. But it's Max. Also, make sure that you guys check out...
It's my skins.
it's Max's skins. Check out the survey, fill it out. If you don't want to see Max on the desk anymore, I understand that. If you don't want to see anyone, I understand that too. So let us know your thoughts and feelings and opinions. We do appreciate that. I mean... Let's have a look at the participating teams. It's still going to be the exact same teams as Stage 1 and 2. I mean, 18 teams in total, but it's a bit of a reshuffle this time around. We're in a new stage. New groups have been assigned. And initially, looking at Group B, Max, we were a little worried. We were like, yo, we got the KONINA Power, Major Pride, Gladiators, a little sprinkle of Unicorns of Love. But it's actually not been too bad.
Yeah, I said I wanted to be proven wrong by some of these teams, and Unicorns of Love did just that. Though the Circles know a little bit lucky, I have to say, but they got points in a lobby where they're always going to be with Gladiators, KONINA Power, and Major Pride, especially Gladiators and Major Pride being like these massive, forceful teams in this event so far. So it's a little bit rough, but you know what? They got the points in. They're looking pretty decent so far. And it is making up for that rough start in Phase 1 and Phase 2. So if they keep it up, who knows? Maybe we'll see Unicorns of Love go the entire way.
You make your own luck. I don't believe in the luck of the circle. I believe in the luck of the team. It was pure skill coming out, but the schedule for today is going to be a little bit different. This time around, we're going to have 2 iterations of Sanhok and Erangel, only 1 Miramar. It's got an interesting one to see. It feels like over the last couple of stages, Max, teams have really been getting used to Sanhok. We're not seeing any hot drops anymore. There's no heal strat either, which I know makes you a happy man. And all in all, we love just seeing the bloodbaths.
Yeah, I mean, I'm going to bring an old one back from John and Blank back in the World League stage. There was Sanhok o'clock. Oh my God, how that was.
Are you good?
What happened there? My brain just... I used my brain too much yesterday's predictions. I don't know, it wasn't working anymore. Oh my, okay, moving on. It was a good segment, yeah.
Next. Let's have a look at the tournament overall, because, I mean, Sanhok has been giving some teams some points, but all in all, Major Pride are coming in absolutely hot. The first stage from them wasn't as we expected. Second stage, they ramped it up a lot. They're sitting on the top, 470 total points, getting them chicken dinners, getting them Olymp points. They're doing great.
They're doing amazing. I mean, 8 chicken dinners so far throughout the entire event. Major Pride, you can't stop them. We had a few questions at the start of the first phase, and now they just build that synergy. And that's what we expected transitioning from Phase 2 to Phase 3, is that it doesn't seem like a forced playstyle. It just seems something they can do on a game-per-game basis, pretty much. And that's what they've been able to prove yesterday, securing that chicken dinner over on Miramar. I don't expect it to slow down anytime soon, though. At the bottom, not too much movement, but the fact is that your Unicorns of Love, KASIK team, VIRTUS.PRO are so close to one another. Literally, one game, Janiro, that's all so these teams at the bottom need to potentially move away from that danger zone.
Yeah, but then to catch up with SHOCKWAVE for the likes of Unicorns of Love, KASIK, and VIRTUS.PRO, there is quite a lot of points that they need to be getting on the board. And we've seen consistency from Unicorns of Love yesterday. The question remains, is that what we're going to be seeing today? VIRTUS.PRO, they've been getting pretty close, but not close enough. And then when we're looking at KASIK team, they get that chicken dinner yesterday. That was actually quite impressive. All in all, from what we've seen, their performance yesterday has been up to par with some of the expectations that we've set for them. And as you can see, Erangel was a chicken dinner for KASIK, but there's been different teams taking the lead yesterday on different maps, which is actually quite an interesting thing to see, because when we came into this, we were like, MUERTE, MADBULLS, those are the teams that we're expecting to be coming out on top, but they have been a little slower when it comes to their performances.
Yeah, a little bit slower, though. We did get the heavily requested Nexus chicken dinner finally happening here that Blank wanted for some time. And Dark Product, I mean, Game Lord was doing well when I wasn't here, and now Dark Product is doing well when Kalaris is not on the desk, which is interesting. But they finally got himself a good game. The thing is, this Dark Product that we've seen time and time again is that after chicken dinner, they can just fall flat on their faces once again. And a point that Blank mentioned also yesterday is that sometimes this team is very greedy. We saw it especially on Sanhok, right?
Yes.
If you have just a game plan in front of you that's like super obvious, there's no need to like do something out of the ordinary. Just go for the basic playstyle, go by the book, and you can get... They could have got 2 chicken dinners really yesterday. So Dark Project, I just want them to calm down a little bit, just think what they're doing on their splits and just regroup when they need those 4 players together. Yeah,
the splits in general from some of these teams that we've seen over the last day, really, because we haven't really seen any games today yet. It's been bringing a couple of questions in regards to how the communication is working on their end of things. What is the game plan moving into this? Because it's taking them quite a long time to regroup, which then allows other teams to get a couple of picks off of them, and then you're down in the leaderboard. We have a Telestration segment, which is going to be a very smart one by Max. So, yeah. Please explain.
You're giving me too much credit a little bit too quickly. Wait for the Telestration.
I'm trying to be nice here. You're always complaining that I'm not nice. So I call you smart. You're like, oh, too much credit.
I don't like that. I'm a tsundere on the analyst desk. But right now, we're going to be looking at the game that was won by the side of Major Pride. So in case, if rolling back a little bit further in this game, they were playing on the warehouse position, which in this kind of area is one of the best positions you could potentially play in this area. So already Major Pride know the terrain, they know which strong compounds are here. And what was actually really interesting is that during the entire time they were occupying this compound, they were sending Monkey over to these specific points of interest to actually just gather information to facilitate rotations later on down the line. So Monkey was just actively gathering information while the 3 other players inside the warehouse, taking shots at everyone, making sure they have that space to rotate depending on where the circle goes. As you see, the next circle moves up north, and there's that big ridgeline in play, which really cool. The point to make is that it's been scouted out by Monkey. Monkey had the info that there was no teams really playing that ridgeline at the time. So instantly, once they have the information, the circle shifts. They send the entire team in this position. This is where now you see Major Pride occupying this ridgeline. And it makes it then a lot easier because from this position, you're playing this ridgeline, you're going to take no offensive pushes from the teams south of you, and you can just actively just bombard teams from south of your location. So it's a very smart play and usage of the scouting done by Monkey, and that's something that I think teams don't do enough, is that sometimes they're in point of interest and they just stay in that location without doing anything. Though, what we see from Major Pride and what's allowed them to be so successful right now is that they are actively seeking out further opportunities depending on wherever the circle goes. And you can see MADBULLS try to go for the push, but they can't do anything because at this point in time, Major Pride occupy the best position in this game. So Major Pride pretty much down like TLDR, big brain play, keep it up.
Yeah. That's a really lovely TLDR. Big brain play, keep it up. I think that's, you should be a coach, maybe. You should like coach a team, and like when things are not going well, call for that timeout, and that should be the phrase that you give them. Don't
forget, guys, you're big brain, so do big brain plays. Yes, that should.
Do you think Blank feels big brain after yesterday?
Wait, okay, I did a one-time joke on him. I feel like you have something against the guy at this point, Ginny. I don't know what's going on.
Listen,
but I tell you, expect the comeback.
If you have 0 points, okay, I think when you break that threshold, it's okay. You're not gonna be memed on, but for now, it's funny.
It's funny. I don't want to put you on the spot right now. You're one of the lowest in terms of like prediction percentages. Okay, I think you're in last place.
I'm new here.
You're new. That is not an excuse. Okay, leave my boy Blank alone. Okay, we talk about anime in the background. We have some fun. So, okay, don't touch my boy.
Okay, Blank is probably going to have some words as well once we throw it to them. But before we get to that segment, let's look at Gladiators and their stats for yesterday's matchup. They have been doing really well in the first 2 matches, and then they just like didn't.
That's Gladiators for you. Know they can get these big, strong performances with 13 elims, 11 elims. Sure, no chicken dinners, but the thing is that eliminations are just so much more important right now. And then they have, some rough results. And I almost was thinking of doing a Telestration segment on their final game of yesterday over on Miramar, where they got a little bit surprised. I believe it was by Excuse Me and then Dark Project. That sometimes when they feel very comfortable, they tend to hold on to these splits a little bit too long. I would like to see them speed up the process of regrouping in these points of interest. And if they do so, I mean, we saw what Gladiators can do. If they're as a 4 or 3-man team, we saw it especially on this very first game, breaches like this seem just so easy. They just can obliterate so many teams. Their timing is just so on point, but sometimes I feel like they're just a little bit slow to kickstart that regrouping stage. And I would like to see that happening a little bit more from them. And if they do it, I can expect a chicken dinner today. I mean, this team is always looking so good when they're taking a 4v4 fight. I don't think any team is as good as Gladiators. It's just, can they get to that situation in the late game where they can take those 4-on-4 fights? And no, it happened a little bit yesterday, but they also had rough circles, so I'll give it to them. Some games they couldn't get a chicken dinner, but I feel like that last game could have been theirs.
Yeah, one of the teams, however, who did get that chicken dinner was NEXUS specifically. Coming into this stage, we were a little interested, to say the least, in terms of what they were able to bring to the table moving forward, as, again, the last stage for you to really collect some of these points. And they showed up yesterday. They've had a couple of their players on MVP. Their stats in general when it comes to average survival time, not up there with the likes of your major prides, your MADBULLS, but still consistently climbing.
Yeah, consistently climbing. It's been interesting to see them actually get themselves a chicken dinner yesterday while EXO is not playing. And as we know, during Phase 2, EXO has been a sub that has been playing pretty actively. And he's been a really strong player, a really strong performer for the team. And the fact that he wasn't playing here and they actually got chicken dinner with this 4-man team is interesting to me. Though, is EXO going to be back on the board today? I think that EXO is still a really strong player, so potentially have Octavian go out or Kapahala because he's been having a little bit of a rough couple of days. So it'd be interesting, but so far we saw NEXUS get this chicken dinner and they can be a very momentum-based team, so I want to see if they can hopefully bring even more points in for the second day of Phase 3.
Okay, well, yesterday they gave you what you asked for, so maybe you get the same thing again today. MADBULLS, however, we've asked them to stay consistent, and although we're seeing Frozen, Zerake on the MVPs, they get some of those stats rolling, it still feels like as a collective, as a 4-man, MADBULLS is struggling a little bit with that consistency that we've seen from them in Stage 1. And it's not been replicated in Stage 2, and now on Stage 3, especially yesterday, it still feels like they're getting close, but it's not what we were seeing from them during the first stage.
I mean, I'm seeing a big issue with these stats right now is that Zerich and Flieke, being top fraggers from Phase 1 and Phase 2 respectively, have a way lower survival time by about 2 to 3, potentially even 4 minutes there. I didn't have time to catch the last number for Flieke. They go out a lot earlier. And then Frozen Shore is a great fragger, but then you're taking potentially 2v4s, 2v3s. Odds are the fights are not going to be coming your way, so I want to see the entire team survive as a collective and not losing their 2 best fraggers right from the get-go as they approach that mid to late game stage. So we know what they can do on paper, right? Their team is very smart. They can rotate around the map really effectively. They know what to do in that scenario. So just keep those 2 players alive, and I'm sure we can see some chicken dinners from MADBULLS because they haven't fallen off massively in Phase 2. They still got themselves a really strong average of just about 5 eliminations per game, which is huge, by the way. But I still feel like this team can do more after what they showed in Phase 1, so I want to see that chicken dinner coming through.
Yeah, a little lackluster when it comes to those placement points, but the limb points still on the board. They're still rolling. They're still getting some in that regards. But it feels like with the competition, just figuring out exactly where certain teams are looking to drop, certain strategies, it's becoming a little bit more difficult for MADBULLS to stay ahead of the curve. So it's going to be more, maybe a bit of a catch-up, who knows. But today, specifically, it's going to be Sanhok time because, as we said it earlier, we have 2 maps of Sanhok happening today. And historically, MADBULLS have been good on it. So brings the question, is that going to be the case today?
I hope so. I would like to see if they can get themselves some points over on this map. I want to see KONINA Power, really, if they can keep doing their Eastern rotations. As I said, they dropped there. There's not many teams that can deny their rotation. I think they got just completely upset yesterday on their Sanhok game by Unicorns of Love. They got backstabbed in a position that I used to call the mountain they were playing in the past. I used to call it KONINA Mountain because they were just so good. It was a different roster, but the org was still there at the end of the day. They were just so good at holding that mountaintop position, but now they just got a little bit surprised by Unicorns of Love and they got backstabbed. So just don't let that happen. Hopefully that won't be the case because we know KONINA Power, especially Pilucci, has been such a strong player for the team this last event. So I want to see a chicken dinner hopefully happening here over on Sanhok.
Yeah, when we're looking at KONINA Power specifically, it's been one of those teams that it's hit or miss when it comes to them showing up on the day. And that is one of those issues potentially that is bringing them the most amount of struggles when it comes to securing those points, moving ahead, getting that Vikendi, which allows them to then get even more points. And at the end of the day, Max, it's just about getting the points.
Yeah, it's just about them points. I know those are not some amazing stats, unfortunately. You need to pump up those numbers. Those are some rookie numbers right now for them. But I mean, we saw a few limbs coming out from Fascia and Agoras, so that's fine. But yeah, that survival time, you need to pump that in more specifically. And at least, you know what? Fair thing to them. When they die as a team. So you know what? That's one positive. just survive a little bit longer as a team, that'd be cool too. Yeah, keep it up.
Teamwork makes a dream work.
I agree.
I feel like you've been asking a lot of teams to do certain things here today, Max, but I'm going to ask you in terms of teams that we haven't covered as of yet, teams we haven't really seen too much from coming into stage 3. Who do you think we need to be keeping our eyes out? Because KASIK yesterday, they actually had quite a good performances on a couple of these maps, and that's above everybody's expectations.
Yeah, I mean, we had some teams yesterday that stepped up that we didn't really see much of in the past, right? We're going to be looking at your Dark Project, you're looking at your KASIK teams that you just mentioned, and we're looking at their stats. You know, pretty decent stats, especially for Striker. He's been a player with English that I was expecting a lot more from them at the start of the season. It was definitely a slow start, but they get themselves that big chicken dinner in Rozhok finish on the last Erangel of yesterday. Fantastic. Though it's 1 in a million games, right? What I want to see from them is hopefully get, I know it's a word we use a lot, consistent, right? But really, this is what we expect from a team like them, because one chicken dinner is just not going to cut it. You are towards the bottom of the rankings. If you get that chicken dinner and that's all you do for the entirety of this third phase, sorry, chances are KASIK team is going to be the first team out of this PMPL season. So I want to see at least, even if it's not chicken dinner, but at least, you know, 3, 4, 5 eliminations per game. If they can try and hit even remotely close to that average, I would be happy to see it. But unfortunately, just Striker being the one to frag out, I want to see more from English more specifically. And if so, a double fragging duo might be enough to try and push up those points rankings.
Maybe. Shockwave at the moment is kind of like that gatekeeper between the top of the table and the bottom. It's quite a big amount of points that Unicorns of Love and KASIK need to be able to even catch up to them and push themselves further in the ranking. But today is going to be a perfect day for them to try and do so. We have 2 Sanhok iterations. They've been good at it. So thank you, Monster, for giving us the energy to be able to go through all 5 of these maps. And as usual, you guys might have guessed it, who's going to be on the cast today. It's John and Blank.
Of course it is. Who else would it be? We are here ready and waiting. Of course, day number 2 of this phase. Teams are starting to find their footing. Some teams more than others, and we certainly have a lot more to prove from a lot of them. So, exciting day today.
It is indeed. I mean, I've just looked to my right here, and my blackout curtains are not fully drawn. So it's a nice day as well outside, as you can tell, because I'm extremely bright right now, which is absolutely fine. So heading over towards Sanhok to start things off. Always good news for all of us here in PUBG Mobile, watching this one unfold. There's a lot of little mistakes happening here on Sanhok, and they continue to push through. Game mode going for a bit more of a direct rotation going forward, so that's always interesting to look at. Not playing in this game, neither to MUERTE, so Sami open. MADBULLS also not in here, so Ruins is open. I'm gonna guess, John, Team Doom's gonna head that way.
Interesting. Okay, yeah, we talked a lot yesterday about how Team Doom just go on a spot that they think is going to be free. We saw them head out. Where was it yesterday that they headed out towards after finding that spot? I think it wasn't Paradise Resort, it was somewhere else.
Probably Boot Camp, I think, because Excuse Me weren't in the game. Either there or Paradise Resort, but yeah, they are just picking up any different spots. So I'm pretty sure that we're going to see Team Doom end up here. Come on, please, guys, don't fail me now. But also, they are out the plane, moving through. This area is also free, a little bit more easy to traverse, considering Game Lord aren't in here. KONINA Power heading up towards that north side, typically a team that does quite well on Sanhok. They stay out of the way a lot, like to keep this game nice and chill. And with the Gladiators heading up towards Camp Alpha, this is what we're mainly going to be keeping our eyes on this game, because they have had a lot of iterations made. And honestly, here on the broadcast, I think we're all in agreement that they just need to be a little bit more direct with their rotations and their decisions going forward. They far too much focus on this northwest side, and a lot of times don't really leave it too quickly.
I know you're pretty smug right now. Team Doom did in fact drop Ruins, and that was a very good prediction. I think you've got a little bit of a read on them. Circle centers up on the map, doesn't really isolate too much, but most likely going to be heading away from both of those minor islands over to the major landmass on the east, keeping Boot Camp in and making VIRTUS.PRO's position probably one of the most linchpin spots on this game.
Yeah, it's always nice for VIRTUS.PRO playing in this spot, get a lot of area covered. Unfortunately, VIRTUS.PRO aren't always able to hold on to this as well as they'd like, and I think individually as players, they're not the most amazing in the lobby. So typically you'd really want a roster that has several very strong solo players. And I think one of those teams would be MADBULLS, despite the rankings showing they're not all the ways on top. But another team like that is Major Pride, with Goldie holding in the grass right now. I think Effect has an idea of where he's playing, but takes a lot of damage to start things off.
Goldie has the DBS as well. That could have been disastrous. Luckily, there was backup, so even with a knock, Nomi most likely would have been able to finish that duel. Goldie played really split from the rest of Team Doom. He dropped out earlier over Painan. The rest of them went up to Ruins, as you predicted. Goldie didn't, and he died.
Yeah, it seems to be a reoccurring trend here that Goldie drops far away from the rest of the team and tries to scout things out early. And I think that doing that versus Major Pride and Painan, maybe not the best idea, considering if they see that shoot, they are likely going to run you down. I think this is something we're seeing more and more in Erangel for Major Pride as well, as if they see a MADBULLS player a little bit too close by, they're going to react with all the force necessary and all the force that they can muster, because that has caused them problems in the past. So I think Major Pride very cautious in that early game. If they can quickly pick up a couple of eliminations, they will. They do it to Dagestan on Miramar too. So this is not something that is out of the norm for Major Pride, and it's something I really like, because if they can clear out the area around them nice and early, John, getting towards that end game becomes infinitely easier, especially now that they really only have to think about VIRTUS.PRO towards that north side. I don't imagine Team Doom's going to be bothering them anytime soon.
Normally from that position, MADBULLS rotate to the compounds to the southeast of Painan, on the bridge south of it. I will see if Team Doom, or the remnants thereof, try and make that similar rotation, or if Sly are going to try and protect that. What we've seen as well on circles like this before in this sort of a lobby is that the compounds to the west of Quarry are being highly prioritized, Blank.
Yeah, I think that a lot of this area is super strong for these teams at the moment, especially with Game Law not being in the game. Being able to control around Quarry's side is really nice in terms of rotational paths. You don't want to get caught up behind the pack down towards Quarry. In the meantime, Dark Project continues to light up the guys from Avalanche. This is a fight that continues every single game here on Sanhok. Can go either way, but I think Dark Project's got a little bit too deep into this fight a few times. Ends up losing a couple of players because they play that 2-2 split either side of Avalanche, kind of pinning them in. I think Avalanche should get pretty wise to this at this point, though, and maybe just group up, get a couple of weapons, and then just send to one side, send high up towards Mong Nai, and try and cut off two players towards Camp Bravo's northern edge. That would probably be the play that I would go for here, and I think this is something not out of the extraordinary for me to suggest, considering it's happened so many times now.
Titati takes half his HP bar from a nade from Evaneska over the top, pulls the pin on another node, changes back. UMP close range, 3 players close by. Evaneska has fallen prey. 2 players around these walls. He got caught on a vault before. Opens up on the opening, and 2 players go into his crosshairs, and 2 players fall. Titati now the last to stand, and Evaneska, it's all in a day's work. 3 elimination points found, and Evaneska ruins Avalanche.
Yeah, I mean, there wasn't even any baiting there. There wasn't even a step out, a step back. It was literally just a run out. And I don't think there's been any easier eliminations found. Yes, Evaneska has to clutch up on that last elimination, but so many times you will see players just spray the corner and then a player not move out. This is typically what you'd want to see. But again, moving 2 out at the same time on the same angle, it just opens you up to a nasty spray coming through on that side. So Evaneska, he's extremely happy. He looks very cool on the broadcast, and I imagine we'll see a replay of him later, and he could be smug about that one.
Absolutely. I mean, Dark Project, they are currently top of the Phase 3 tables with 41 points at the start of the game. With the 4 eliminations they just got, they can bump that up to 45 points total. A very good way to continue on their strong day yesterday. They'll be looking for more from that northeast side without any threat at all. Remember, that is a clean wipe coming through from Dark Project. Dagestan losing players to KONINA Power over on the hills to the east of Quarry. VIRTUS.PRO close to Sly. He regrouped up north, I think towards Reflect, who was scouting all the way up there. A wide split on that southeast point, and Sly are regrouping just out to the east of VIRTUS.PRO.
Yeah, Sly sent up nice and early, like you said, John, with Reflect inside that compound on the eastern side. The rest of the team was fairly confident in his ability to hold that one down too, playing down towards Cave side, so For VIRTUS.PRO not to pick up that elimination yet or just holding this compound, that's fair enough. But now Sly can get nice and easily on the other edge of things. Dagestan looking down towards KONINA Power. VIRTUS.PRO take a knock, single, able to find Reflect on the refrag though.
Gets one. Enough haze crawling back on the inside. The door shuts just in time. Nearly could have lost a player there, and Reflect has taken a knock. Major Pride, in the meantime, as VIRTUS.PRO move east, they allow Major Pride to leave Painan into super high priority compounds, Blank. You let Major Pride get a position like this, they're going to have a good time. And I feel like VIRTUS.PRO are kind of missing a trick, prioritizing the compound that they're in right now. But with the circle closing as it is, I'm going to have to eat my words a little bit.
You will definitely have to do that one. VIRTUS.PRO moving out of the way. And I mean, with the circle, like you said, it looks like a really nice spot now for both these teams. Is the initial engagement and the replay that I predicted again. Oh, I know exactly what's going on in this broadcast.
He doesn't see the numbers anymore. He sees KONINA Power, Dark Project. Doesn't see Avalanche anymore, though. They're dead.
No, they're gone. That's what my vision's made up of. It's just tiny little logos of the teams playing in PMPL. I have to look careful. I have to kind of like glaze my eyes over to make sure I can see what's going on. But at the end of the day,
the sell-by dates on Milk, very difficult, but you
that's
know
right.
What, you manage.
I'm locked in though to the match, to the game. Shockwave coming in from Tapmok. Gladiators moved across from boot camp. It's actually a bit of a boon in disguise for Gladiators there. Shockwave going for a northern rotation. Luckily, again, Nexus find Terminus on the approach. Nexus looking a little bit stronger. Again, one of the teams that has been continuously rotating out members inside of this squad. This point in time, I think they have specific squads for specific maps now. Octavian here instead of EXO on Sanhok.
We saw them able to achieve a chicken dinner without EXO as well yesterday. They were speaking about that on the desk. Nexus. Yeah. Oh, yeah. I mean, they certainly are chopping and changing a little bit, though.
Yeah, but again on the chicken dinner. One more time. Run it back.
Or we go once more. Unicorns of Love playing on the north side with Shockwave to their north. Shockwave a bit diminished, losing Terminus. And we'll be playing as 3. Next, not going to be following this up fast.
No, it's still just looting up towards that side. And I think if you find like a quick knock and a flush, you can kind of expect that team ahead of you to move into the circle, prioritize getting a position with 3 players. For Nexus, though, with 4 players, they can comfortably keep looting on this side. It will mean that they'll struggle a little bit to get into the circle. It's not a huge deal for them. They're not as impaired as other teams that have already lost players on the approach. Unicorns love changing up their gameplay, I would say, a little bit over the last day, going more for these central pushes. Obviously, it hasn't been as easy with this particular circle, but certainly on Miramar and Erangel, it looks like they're sending much more central, much more often. Still don't have that firepower to quite clean out those games. Getting dunked on by Madness yesterday was a little bit unfortunate and could have led to them getting the win there. So for Unicorns of Love, definitely change things up, trying to pick up more placement points here as opposed towards those eliminations and get towards those finals.
Major Pride moved south, over towards Cave now, on the south point of Quarry. They're on a fairly wide split, but with Team Doom being diminished as they are, there's a much reduced threat from that western side, so they can afford to take these outpost positions. Team Doom yet to cross the river. Gladiators have made it all the way across, and they are on the mainland now with all 4 players alive. Relatively unchallenged. No one was holding on that trifecta.
Yeah, still, again, rather slow over towards this edge. Now have a decision that they can hit up this compound towards the western side of VIRTUS.PRO. And realistically, at this point in time, this is where I expect Gladiators to go for this kind of push, is that you have that option in front of you. You're probably one of the closest teams to that compound. If you have to take a fight, you have to take a fight. But I kind of expect them to more just circle on the edges here. There will certainly be another team that will make this push and try and pick up that compound. And I think for Gladiators, this is slow play once again coming through. Nexus in Camp Bravo finally making their move downwards. They're in the blue right now. We can see on your screen the kind of teams that we're looking at for this endgame. Sly Europe over towards that north side of Quarry. In the meantime, though, it's Excuse Me trying to get very involved in this.
And they will indeed get a good chunk of it. 3 players already down for Sly Europe on their push. Reflect left in the back. KONINA Power trying to light up the sidelines of this fight, and Havlik eats a bullet for it, but looks like they should be able to get this one safe, get these reses on. VIRTUS.PRO here, this ensuing, of course, decide to step foot closer. Major Pride, in the meantime, they've been slithering on up from Cave and trying to put pressure on as well with some pretty primo spots. Shifu just trying to survive as long as possible after an engagement earlier with KONINA Power. Even Esker, the 3K magician, trying to spin his magic one more time. But KONINA Power not going to give up just yet.
Yeah, he wants to flip the top hat and pull out 4 eliminations from this fight, but KONINA Power, like you said, still holding fairly strong here. I think he just saw the nade bobble in front of the screen. Dark Project loses weight now. Evaneska sends in, tries to bring things back up to speed, but Agorison really playing out of his mind at the moment. A double there coming through, and it's all down to Evaneska.
He was up against it before, and this time around it is a hurdle too high. KONINA Power able to dismantle that push, but unfortunately for KONINA Power, they've lost 2 as well. So many teams prioritizing this position and trying to shunt in, and we talked about it before, right? The priority on those West Quarry compounds.
Yeah, they're very, very strong. A real good opportunity for a lot of these teams, and it allows more and more players to actually saddle up in this location. Major Pride off towards that south side, VIRTUS.PRO on the west. I don't know how well VIRTUS.PRO will hold out in this position. KONINA Power could have been in a much better spot as well, considering I'm pretty sure the entirety of the team there had DBSs, and this is very much a close quarters end game. On the edges, though, John, Unicorns of Love still sat in a fairly solitary compound up towards that northwest side, and ARR and Gladiators, both very close to one another. 2 teams that have clashed before on Sanhok, and ultimately was the downfall of Gladiators. They were unable to figure out what they wanted to do in that situation, and you were saying yesterday, John, that they stepped back in towards that fight, and it was somewhat of a mistake on a fight that was practically already lost. I think you had to cut your losses there and go for something a little bit different, but this circle shifting over towards that northwest side now gives AR and Gladiators a real opportunity, and I think sending down to that compound again towards that south side for Gladiators was an opportunity that has now been missed.
I feel like at this stage, though, the compound being so far on the side could prove to be a little bit of a detriment. You are banking on hard shifts, although survival later into the game is fairly guaranteed with a circle like this. I mean, it seems like they're prioritizing playing on those hills rather than getting into cover and fending other teams off. They want to be the one who knocks this time around. We'll see what they think of that in the next phase, but Major Pride, they are going to have to leave their position, and a wide swing. They may potentially go into this junction compound as well if they don't assume it's been taken.
Yeah, I mean, rotating all the way around, I think they will find it. Again, it's an opportunity lost. You can pick up this compound, and I am almost certain that what we're going to see is Major Pride scouting out this compound towards that northern side, picking it up shortly into the game, and I'm going to say that Gladiators are going to lose the fight versus Major Pride on a crash, so we will see.
I mean, if Gladiators can get ahead on the hills, maybe they'll be able to leverage some of that cover. VIRTUS.PRO, they've done VIRTUS.PRO things here. They've condensed into one compound and just held it and stayed there, quiet. As soon as they have to leave, I'm imagining they're just going to be cut down by teams like Major Pride, like Unicorns of Love from the north, even Excuse Me.
I mean, Excuse Me has been quite the dark horse in a lot of these Sanhok games, and I keep using that name for them because they really are this team that survives very much towards that end game, picking up little eliminations where they can. And I think that they're a team that has a good couple of fights in them as well, that takes them to the end game. Not necessarily always winning that end game, but they have a good couple of fights in them.
SHOCKWAVE versus NEXUS. 3 players from SHOCKWAVE. Remember, they lost a player a lot earlier to this engagement. And it looks like NEXUS are going to eat a couple too many. Doran behind the shack. Does manage to duck back in time, but the blue zone already on top of him. Pressures NEXUS forwards. Keme did get res, so it is still 3 versus 4 for the hold. SHOCKWAVE needing to try and piece it back together. Doran makes a mad dash on the moped, but it's not going to be fast enough, unfortunately. Octavian Keme still locked behind these rocks, trying to push on through the SHOCKWAVE hold, but it's really not going well for everyone. Keme gets shot down on a wide jump, a nade to answer. Kapahala putting it back towards Trazen, who takes a lot of damage. The only player now standing for SHOCKWAVE, just the one remaining. Kapahala has 2 teammates down, but one of them will get flushed. Trazen launches a beautiful nade up to the top. It should be able to find the knock there, but it's still very dangerous on this northeast side.
Yeah, edging is in just a little bit. Gladiators and AR still continue to fight this one out. Gladiators still at 4 players, though, getting that player back up on their feet after they did take a knock, and AR just down to Aces and Becker, so very much diminished in capability. I think Major Pride may have heard a couple of these shots, though, and sending out a few players far west on the slow side of the circle to perhaps look towards this engagement. Quite smart, but heads back down again to relative safety. Unicorns of Love on that northeast side. This compound, that solitary compound I talked about earlier, with access to the high ground, has done them really well. And from yesterday getting pipped at the post to that chicken dinner versus Madness, you know, this might be a real opportunity for them.
ARR are going to really struggle to move in further here. With Gladiators as a 4, they can start to move in along the ridge lines, and Unicorns of Love are going to put pressure on the other side of the ARR push. Really nothing doing there. And that gets lit up by Matic. ARR are taken out, but now Unicorns of Love can fight across the valleys. Gladiators might want to sweep around here.
Yeah, Gladiators in a little bit of an awkward position down in the valley itself, so slightly out of the way, and again find themselves between 2 teams, Major Pride and Unicorns of Love, though I do think that with the right start to this fight, you might see a good engagement, but there we go. Major Pride takes down one of them. That's down from that south side, yeah.
Tixie as well on the back is a little bit too far out. Matic gets caught, and Gladiators are just getting shredded now. Both sides put too much pressure on. The Unicorns, this is a really heads-up push for them to move in and try and third-party this engagement. And the Gladiators, yeah, they're just going to crumble here. Sune now, last standing, trapped behind a tree. Is just about in this next zone, but the Unicorns of Love might look to push out this way.
But again, this comes back down to it, right, is that compound down towards Major Pride, yes, it doesn't give you a firm location in the circle, but it gives you protection, it gives you safety. You can scout there from relative happiness, right, just peeking out the windows. You don't always have to be seen. But for Gladiators sitting in this position that is quite low down in the valley, it's a rough spot to play in, and they could have had that compound that Major Pride were taking, but they were reluctant to even go for a crash there because they assumed a team would still be playing it in it. But we know that VIRTUS.PRO is constantly sending to this compound just the west side of Quarry, and I think Gladiators need to just start making some more confident decisions rather than going for these strange late game plays that don't necessarily really provide much benefit. Again, those placement points just aren't as big as they used to be. Major Pride though will have to move in. VIRTUS.PRO slowly pushing out from their compound. Folly gets knocked there.
Purple doing bits, but 2 players from VIRTUS.PRO will fall. The solo from Shifu from Dagestan is actually still going on the south side. Kitsune managed to make that shift and will be in the next circle. Major Pride looking for a route out, and Unicorns of Love most likely trying to slow it down here and now. Kitsune breaking out wide was the challenge, and that's Gladiators out. Zero was on the standoff for long enough. Now the Unicorns of Love have a dominant spot here. Can Major Pride push through that defense?
Yeah, Unicorns of Love with that high ground, have a central spot with Beast in the middle. This looks really good for them. Dino and Monkey down towards that south side. Effect and Nomi move up. Dino finding Shifu, that removes that backstab, and excuse me, now pushing up the hillside. 10 eliminations here for Unicorns of Love. One of the best games we've seen for them this tournament.
They've played well on these third parties. Furia goes down to Noshi on the spray. Havlik tries to break out wide, but he's being given the run around a little bit. Eats too much of the blue damage for his liking, and Dino chimes in as well. Beast tries to hold down the center for the Unicorns in the meantime, and SHOCKWAVE actually coming a cropper a little bit against this, push. Staying together as a ball. 2 players left, sure, but they are still a fearsome force to be dealt with. Beck and Havlik, as Havlik gets knocked. Dino moves around the side on an off angle for Major Pride, and from the bottom of the hill will strike on up, leaving Unicorns of Love in the dust now, as they have been dismantled, halved in their forces. But Beast holds the lookout post. Can he get value here, or will a nade just be the end of him?
Yeah, this is a really strong position, but like you said, a Molotov, a nade would be the end of it. And it is the only building still left for this one. So if you are not assuming there's a player inside this watchtower, you would be silly to think so. Beck finally goes down from, Zero spotted. A lot of damage goes through. Beast pops up, but it's 3v1 now. Almost done for.
You know, up close and personal. Beast shots one, but will not be able to get the knock even there, and that is the Major Pride chicken dinner. They managed to curtail the Unicorns of Love position, who spread out a little bit too wide for my liking in those final circles, but they get huge value on the game, a massive elimination point, second place.
Yeah, and I mean, everything that we talked about kind of came into play there with Unicorns of Love looking for that more central position. Gladiators not taking that risk that I think that they should start going for. Major Pride picking up that position because they're less risk averse than Gladiators, and then slowly but surely taking off those third parties. And also, Janiro and Max, I know you make fun of me at the first start of the day, but look, you're all wrong. I was right. And that's just how it's going to be for the rest of the day.
It's true, we overbanked on the Gladiators position there. They just got squashed between the two first and second place teams. Maybe if they'd have gone either way a little bit earlier, would have been a bit different. But no, Blank saw through that folly, that fake out coming through from the Gladiators. Went with Major Pride, and Major Pride went and took it home.
Major Pride get themselves another chicken dinner in stage 3. Blank, listen, you can't do Max dirty like that. He defended you with all he had, okay? It was me. I was the one that was making fun of your predictions. But congratulations. You get 3 points in the bag. Blank, the only one from Talent to be going for Major Pride. Congratulations. I think that is a really good performance. Almost as good as the Unicorns of Love performance, to be honest here.
That's what I want to talk about. Sure, Major Pride,
Yeah.
like, they get chicken dinner. We're used to it, right? But seeing a game like this with like double-digit eliminations from Unicorns of Love, that's something you don't see every single day in this PMPL EU season. And I'm stoked to see it. 17 points on this one, almost tied with Major Pride as they get the chicken dinner. This is the most controlling and aggressive iteration of Unicorns of Love we have seen this PMPL season, and I'm loving it. They had a strong position north. They were a little bit silent, but then they took a great point of interest, negated the positions away from ARR and Gladiators. I do think, though, Janiro, there was a little bit of a mistake. I think that 2-2 split at the end to control Major Pride and also sending 2 players to take care of the full squad of Excuse Me is a little bit too risky, but that's something you can easily fix. This is a very small mistake you can easily iron out for future games. I want to see more of this. This is giving me potentially hope in Unicorns of Love again.
Unicorns of Hope, as we were saying, but also a couple of mistakes in terms of that decision making. But again, as you said yourself, Max, you just go back in the VOD, you go watch it, you fix those mistakes. They're there, you're on the right path. But when we're comparing Unicorns of Love's performance to Major Pride, damage, elims, and assists are all on top from the side of Unicorns of Love. They had a really incredibly good game, but again, those last split-second decisions in the last couple of minutes are what are at the moment causing them more harm than good. We've seen that yesterday as well when it came to some of the games that they've performed very, very well in. So just a matter of, you know, breathing in, taking it slow and easy, and not splitting up at the end of the game.
Releasing your chakras. No, that's what you got to do.
Yeah, that one.
Yeah, if they just keep the 4 players, if they keep SHOCKWAVE and Noshi north of that position, I think that maybe Excuse Me fight versus Major Pride, and then Major Pride can up third party that fight. Because Major Pride, the thing about this team is that you do the smallest little mistake or like sidestep, and they will take care of that position and they will use it to their advantage. Which in this case, they were like, oh, the fight's happening between these last 2 teams. Let's push hyper-aggressively, get close to these squads and just eliminate them while they're taking that fight, they're wounded, which is what Major Pride do best in this game. Is just they're super opportunistic. And yeah, Unicorns of Love could have been their win, but still it is a big step in the right direction for them. And I do want to reiterate a point that Blank said during that game. I do feel like Gladiator should have gone a lot further in that game. I don't know why they left road trifecta to the west of these final circles open for so long, and Major Pride, I think, were even surprised eventually to realize that was open for free. They were like, well, we're just going to rotate there. It's just such a strong transitionary period, a compound to go through. Why the hell not? And I think that Gladiators after that were just kind of pinched between Unicorns of Love, ARR, you got Major Pride South too, so you don't have a lot of wiggle room in the circle at that time. So unfortunate for them. But Major Pride, as we know, they're good about that scouting, and when they see a position that's good and that's open, they're going to go there.
Yeah, Major Pride also playing quite aggressive and absolutely correct in terms of Gladiators, just not pushing their advantages as much as we expect them to. And that's been a theme over the last couple of days. It's been a theme on last stage as well when we're looking at Gladiators. And it's those games where they actually push those advantages, where they actually just stick to the rotation and they're making sure that they're playing within the circle on time, is where we see the most success for them. So both the Unicorns of Love and Gladiators had a good performance, but it's again those little things that matter. Looking to see them fix it in the next couple of games, but when we're looking at the top damage dealers, they're not both in there, but Unicorns of Love, as expected, they're on top.
Yeah, Unicorns of Love, I mean, expected with a position like that. Also, KONINA Power, 8 eliminations.
Yes.
I wanted to see them go a little bit further down the late game, but I'll take what I can. And also, at the start of this game, an Evanesca 1v3. Well, it was versus Avalanche, which it feels like almost they lost hope at this point that they're going to go any further. But Evanesca, no, a cool little 1v3. That's cool for like a highlight montage if they do it. So, you know, that's some cool MLG moments.
Yeah, also when we're looking at KONINA Power, but Dark Project as well, one of the teams that has slowly creeped up here in terms of the damage, and they have been creeping up a little bit on that leader table in the last couple of days, even getting themselves that chicken dinner yesterday. So all in all, it felt very top heavy in stage 1 and 2 when we're looking at the teams that were continuously racking up the points, that were continuously racking up the elims, continuously racking up the placement points. But it's a very different story this time around, Max. It's anyone's game.
Really, it is. I mean, anyone could have got a good game here. I'm looking at even at VIRTUS.PRO, I'm like, if they were maybe a little bit more proactive in that position, VIRTUS.PRO could have done something. But as we know, VIRTUS.PRO, their team, they're like, if they find a strong compound, they're just going to turtle up in that position and not move for as long as they possibly can until they're pushed out by the blue zone. I feel like VIRTUS.PRO, if they maybe set up a player just north of that position as like an anchor point to facilitate a rotation later on down the line, that would have made it so much easier for them to just set up a smoke road and transition. Unfortunately, they couldn't make the smoke road work out and they just got sprayed down by, I think it was Excuse Me or Unicorns of Love, one of the two that had a way better position at the time. So as you said, it could have been anyone's game, but teams that are willing to take those opportunities at hand and strike while the iron is hot, like Major Pride, are teams that are going to come out on top on battlegrounds such as Sanhok, and that's why they've been just so dominant on this map so far.
Yeah, Sanhok, one of those very bloodbathy maps. We're now going to be heading into Erangel, which also requires you to come through with some pretty good rotations. Looking at the best teams on that map specifically so far, I mean, Major Pride is on it again, expected. Your MADBULLS on it. Gladiators sitting in a good position, but it's a matter of capitalizing off of that on today's match as well.
I want to know where my boys off Gamelord are. Like, they got a really strong average eliminations of 5.5 on this map of Erangel, and they've been very silent. It's been one day, you know what, I'll give it to them. They had a fantastic Phase 2. I think that a lot of people were maybe not expecting Rob's being the MVP of the entirety of Phase 2, which is fantastic. Ooh. But a little bit of a slow start in this third phase, but you know what? Hopefully they can get their mojo back in this next Erangel game, because we need to see it from them, and they've been too silent so far.
Yeah, I love how you're saying it's only been one day when it comes to stage 3, and that's absolutely correct. But it's also been another game on top of that, which means that, again, the standings have been completely changed this time around. Unicorns of Love are sitting second. Max, we have literally not seen this since we've started PMPL EU. This is crazy.
I mean, an almost chicken dinner does that for a team, right?
Yeah.
They get up there, 48 points when it comes to eliminations. The thing is that normally you want to try and have more eliminations than placement points right now, but it doesn't matter how you get up there. Unicorns of Love got a 50-50 split, which is still good. They're in second place. My question is, can they retain these kind of results, right? Because I feel like yesterday, I kind of ignored it from Unicorns of Love because I feel like there was a lot of circle lock on their side. Okay, not taken away from them. When they got in good positions, they played it decently, fair enough. Here, it felt like they were actively trying something in this game to get in a good position, and they were chasing down the circle a little bit. So I appreciate this game a lot more than what we saw throughout the entirety of yesterday. I just hope that this playstyle is going to continue throughout these next matches, because a one-and-done game is not going to be enough for them to be safe for the finals. We need to see a follow-up, a chapter 2, hopefully after this match.
Season 2 of Unicorns of Love. But it also feels like when we're looking at the overall standings is more, if you ignore the Major Pride being on top, which has been consistent throughout the entirety of PMPL EU, that's like the only consistency that we have at the moment. It's just been a completely flip of the script. The teams that we're usually seeing towards the bottom are now on the top, and that makes it even more exciting in terms of collecting these points. So we're going to be heading on to Erangel to give these teams another chance to get some more points in the bag, and we're going to be joined with John and Blake.
Unicorns of Love taking their 4th second place in a row in that previous game. It's a little bit unfortunate. Maybe they'll be able to get second place again. And to be fair, you take those. That's a lot of points.
Yeah, I mean, I think they ended that game on 10 eliminations as well, which was really, really nice. I think for Unicorns of Love, it's starting to get to a different type of playstyle. And again, I think Kalaris has mentioned in the past, this team used to be Destiny. They used to play on Big. And they were very good at Sanhok in the past. Used to be one of the most dominant teams on that map. So I think right now, going for these more central positions is definitely working out for them. And I think that they should continue going for that. Yes, this might not be the most spectacular plays, right, that you'll see. I think you see a lot more confident teams playing edge and then just clearing out those spaces. But for Unicorns of Love, this is currently working and will sit them in a nice position if they can continue getting these second places. It does feel like a lot of times they're not quite there yet to finish out those games, but getting far enough is good news. And pushing out Gladiators speaks a little bit of confidence coming through to them now. Sat in second place, 48 points. Great stuff from them. Real good improvement. But Major Pride, once again, on top. Unsurprising for us.
Yeah, they absolutely dominated in Phase 2. They had solid showing over in Phase 1, but it was their Phase 2 that really shone, and we were kind of waiting for Major Pride to take this top spot back, especially with other teams who have been at the top in previous phases, sort of not showing up as well. MADBULLS probably most notably here, and we thought it was going to be Gladiators who are going to dominate this phase at the start of yesterday. Obviously, they have massive performances, and for that, Tixi is still top 3 in terms of damage this phase so far, but they have fallen off a little bit, especially on that last Sanhok. We were speaking about it before, Blank. It feels like they've lost a little bit of confidence on that map, whereas before, they were a little bit stronger. Hopefully, Erangel's a different story on a South Plane path.
Yeah, it must be quite frustrating for Gladiators as well, because it kind of throws off the mojo a little bit, because you're playing 2 Sanhoks a day on these last 2 days, right? So even if you can get back into that comfortable rhythm in Erangel, you're constantly brought back down again over on Sanhok. So I think that Gladiators maybe need to look into this a little bit more, and they will have time at the end of this weekend to do exactly that. Dropping down towards Ferry Pier at the moment, though, a really good position from them. They usually perform very strongly from this spot. Dark Project on this game, neither of VIRTUS.PRO doesn't really change too much, in my opinion. But again, nice central circle, which means that Ruins is going to be a real hotspot. Rozhok is very nice for MADBULLS. You can have this area down here, which is controlled usually by AAR, but now it's going to be nice and clear for these other teams.
You've really lit that one up with the illustrations there. Big fan. Central circle, as you say, no one too close to one another. Just taking a look at who could potentially run into a little bit of drama, but normally on South Plane paths you see a lot of vehicle hot drops. This time around it's a little bit kinder. Everyone's chill.
Oh yeah, nice.
Just get the rate.
I like that they're vibing.
Banging.
Yeah, happy days. Pretty sure this is the Blackpink track from PUBG Mobile. I'm not wrong. If I am wrong, this is the worst mistake I've made in my life. I'm so sorry, guys. But yeah, Unicorns of Love currently sending away as fast as possible, with Shockwave also trying to make their way up towards Severny. Back on with Shockwave, a little bit more heavy metal, just grinding to the sound of the tires from the old buggy itself. So that's okay. I'm all right with that.
Normally, as you say, getting over towards Severny. All right, come on. Eyes off the stereo.
I do like the dichotomy of Shockwave, like, and then over to Unicorns of Love, just like vibing in their car. Yeah, it's good stuff. The observers know. They know. They know too much.
They're in on it.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. This is what you want to see. This is the more chilled approach to the game. This is the beautiful stuff.
I think Kalaris is somewhere hanging around in that studio. He's pressing those buttons.
Yeah, he's making stuff happen. Game lot over towards Yes Now. I think we wanted to see them have a bit of a better performance, but Unicorns of Love now finally making their stop over towards Zaki, which will give them a nice bit of room to play from going forward. Slightly further away from the circle, but definitely have a lot of time to loot up before that blue will start to push them in. Nexus down towards MUERTE Power. I don't think MUERTE is as much of a threat to them anymore. I think MUERTE is much more concerned with getting into the circle itself. So good stuff from them. And I think Nexus should start having some much better games here from MUERTE Power itself because of that reasoning. But we will be waiting for that second circle to come through, which is mainly going to decide a lot more things, John.
Yeah, sort of an indecisive first circle, I think you're right there. Won't quite dictate too much. There's plenty for everyone to be getting on with. We haven't seen any combat as of yet. It's all been quiet on Erangel to start things off. I'm assuming a lot of teams are going to be pretty pleased about that. I imagine one of the first engagements we could see is that Gladiators bridge hold against Team Doom.
Yeah, against Team Doom would be pretty cruel, to say the least. And Gladiators aren't going to move away from here anytime soon either, considering the majority of this circle does hold in the bridge. But we do know that most of the times when this becomes a problem for the teams over in Sosnovka is when the circle is right up against the coastal side on the main island. Right now, with this particular circle, it means that Team Doom can quite happily just sit here for a long, long while and just chill before moving across the bridge itself. When that next circle pops, Gladiators should be more concerned with finding themselves inside the circle towards a compound as opposed to trying to hold out the guys from Team Doom.
Looks like Kitsune's going to be there. KONINA Power will get ahead of Gladiators, as you say. The choice to hold that bridge does come at a cost. Avalanche going to be sending in on the south side of the main island as well. Sending 2 players forwards there in the vehicle south of Pachinki right now. KASIK team a little bit too far away to take shots at it for now. Leaving from Novo, Major Pride going to figure out their path inwards.
I think at the moment we're looking at a lot of these teams, but I think the 2 that are still striking out towards that top side, at least on the overall rankings, would be MADBULLS and Major Pride. 294 elimination points for Major Pride, 286 for MADBULLS, and that drops off in a big, big way down towards Gladiators with only 238 elimination points. It only gets less from there. And the only real big difference maker between MADBULLS and Major Pride is the 9 chicken dinners coming through from Major Pride, which is gargantuan compared to MADBULLS 5. So they're 194 placement points to MADBULLS 147. So it really feels like Major Pride not only extremely good when it comes to the elimination point game, but also very good when it comes to hitting up that end game too and getting those placement points. So this is an all-rounder team at the moment, which has massively brought things back. And I think we will continue seeing Major Pride at the top.
I mean, that's the 55-point difference right now on the overall standings. It's a pretty solid lead, to say the least. The first engagement we're seeing now is coming in the form of the Potato Hill battle. Sly Europe fending off on the south side against Avalanche. Obviously, Tatati already going down there to the spray. And actually a roll-up from Tenchik, moving into position, bringing Mandarin with him, and hops back into the vehicle. Just going to swing around kind of into the Lion's Den with this push. But Tenchik and Mandarin just going to force this fight. Take down 2 of Avalanche. And this is the second game in a row now that Avalanche have been embroiled early on into the game. Last time it was Dark Project, this time around on Potato Hill. It's going to be Sly Europe to take them on. Alicio and PNL will spot Sashipa, but immediately just absolutely blasts him back off that ridgeline. No way you get back up for Alicio. Now PNL just get away from there. Don't want any part of this.
Yeah, it kind of felt less like a knock and more like a backhand. Trying to deal with him there, just quickly slaps him to the floor. Very, very well done from Sly Europe to conclude that fight nicely. And now they have very good control over towards Potato Hill, which has seen them extremely happy towards previous games in the past. And Avalanche tries to get away and unfortunately will be immediately picked up by Gladiators, who have already started to move up a little bit further. Major Pride did drop down towards Novorepnoye, so a little bit of a different norm from themselves over towards Sunken, which they're a little bit unhappy about. But what they should know with this circle is that Sunken isn't likely to be taken up as of yet. So a northern rotation from them wouldn't be off the cards. The question is whether they want to go for it, because it still is a lot of unknowns. This map is a lot bigger than Sanhok, not as quick to quickly scout that one out. And as Dagestan, Game Lord, MUERTE, NEXUS all start to funnel in from that eastern side, maybe Major Pride's a bit more concerned with trying to give themselves a bit more space down towards the west side of farm.
Those are just the replays of the knocks and the roll-ups from Sly Europe. It felt like the push down in the UAS was a little bit overzealous, but Avalanche were a little bit too far back on those ridge lines. That was really quite something to be able to just line up that spray and get it done. But yeah, it felt like Avalanche just weren't in position to fend off against that, which is kind of weird given that you expect there's going to be a team on Potato Hill.
Yeah, I think Avalanche is just right now getting caught out a fair few times as more and more of these teams are starting to realize that, you know, they need to fight for position if they want to get towards that end game. It's no longer a case of just sending center and hoping for the best. A lot of these teams are trying to pick up as many points as possible, understanding that, you know, getting that large prize pool really does depend on your placement towards that finals at the top. So getting those bonus points, extremely important for them. That means being in the top 12, which also means you need elimination points.
Absolutely. Definitely need to be able to frag out in a lobby like this. KASIK team moving to the west point of Pochinki. Dagestan will somewhat backfill them, moving down south into the top. Gladiators have shunted on in, and KONINA Power kind of under a little bit of pressure here, but they've got this high ground plateau to play with. Gladiators are across the way. It's not easy, but they can call it home for now.
Yeah, it's a slightly awkward spot. You definitely need vehicles for this position. Again, though, even with vehicles, it's a little bit difficult because you do have sight lines from either side. So finding a position for those vehicles to sit in without having the wheel shot out is also a little bit tough. So you're not only on trying to deal with teams around you, but you're also on guard duty with the vehicles themselves. This is MUERTE coming up to the eastern side of Sly Europe. Mandarin sat in the vehicle trying to get a bit more of a high ground perspective to look down towards MUERTE themselves, but I'm pretty sure they have an idea that someone is circling.
Dear Diary, day 8 of waiting for MUERTE to do something. As of yet, I've been disappointed. Hopefully, that is about to change from their east side position. Phase 2, not a banger, I think it's safe to say. And yesterday as well, not been great. Center circle away from that eastern flank. So Game Lord, MUERTE, Sly Europe, Major Pride and Nexus all going to have to shift on in, find their ways around Pochinki. That's going to force them into the fight with Gladiators and into the fight with KASIK team.
You got to sign off your journal, man, because now you're just whacking all of this in the book, and I'm not sure how many pages you've got, but you're going to need a lot more than that. Major Pride loses one player, as does another team there in Team Doom. They're coming up from Sosnovka, finally making their way in. I think Major Pride should be able to get their player back up on their feet, but this means Nexus has been able to get ahead in the moments where Major Pride has been going for these reses. But it looks like we will be finishing over towards Pochinki Fields and Pochinki itself. A little bit of an awkward bit of terrain there. Reflect taking a knock from Gladiators. They might just be able to find themselves a very nice spot here in Erangel. Again, a much more purposeful rotation here from Gladiators. You love to see it. And they make their way up towards that edge of Pochinki, looking over towards Sly Europe as they made that mad dash from Potato Hill over towards that church just on the south side of Pochinki.
Looks like they do manage to get the res for Sly Europe, so they do stay alive as 4 for now on that southwest point. Not too many fields central onto this circle, so it looks more likely to be a hillside finish here. The south side of this circle still got a little bit of that open ground. The arable land beckoning to anyone who wants to try and just lay in the dirt for the rest of the game. Gatka Fields also still just cutting into the west side of it, but most likely will be amongst the trees and the hills.
I don't think anyone wants this to finish down towards that southwest side. Real awkward terrain. MUERTE moving up towards Shockwave. Trazen lobs the grenade in the Milky Way. Has to make a dash to the side. It's Discrim over the top, though.
It's just all the way over. I think he overshot the building. Tried to land on the roof and got caught for it. Luckily, has a teammate to back him up. And MUERTE going hell for leather against Shockwave right now. And the backup from the high ground is good. Malloy finally rides on into the fight from the north side, and MUERTE can pick up the pieces. Game Lord are rolling on in, though, from the eastern side, so this needs to be done faster. Discrim in danger right now. Victor first on up for Game Lord. Malloy repositioning to look for these reses faster. MUERTE are going to know that there is a threat on this east side. This is the first game of the day for Game Lord. And Max said he wanted to see them keep up the pace. We'll see if they can do so against MUERTE. A wide flank for Narvalo onto the north side of this to try and maintain sightline.
Yeah, smoke's going down all over the place, and I think MUERTE wants to stick this res, get 4 players back up their feet, and Game Lord's been a little bit slow on the touchdown with this one. And MUERTE looking fairly healthy now to get back on this. Happy J sends out wide towards the top. Game Lord's got to be really careful not to be taken out, but Robs is already there, spots his approach, cutting off that exit. Really well done from Game Lord. Narvalo might just have to move away now, though.
Give me an M, give me a V, give me a P. What does it spell? Robs. Somehow. Don't know how, but it seems to be the way it keeps going for Game Lord. Keeping them safe. Any which way for this south shift for Narvalo. Still, as a backstop over MUERTE. Felt like the crash was a little bit chaotic. Game Lord, you're right, they kind of slowed down. But I feel like they just spent too much time to have the confidence to go in without thinking there'd be too many players on the res. Narvalo goes down, actually. Milky Way spots that out. MUERTE have a little bit of an opening, but with Excuse Me and Game Lord ahead of them, where do they go?
Yeah, Narvalo's pretty much done for. Stage 4 at this point in time, it's going to be impossible to get him back up on his feet. I mean, Akashi's going to go for it, but I don't think this is doable.
Would be a bit of a miracle there. As you say, stage 4. Very hard to get players back up here. They will go for it, though. MUERTE going to draw the attention of Excuse Me by sending themselves, putting their bodies on the line for Narvalo to get rezzed. Milky Way gets far more central. In the meantime, on the south side, Unicorns of Love are trying to push in behind Gladiators. Tixi was on a north point for them, but will regroup as the Unicorns continue to flow over the top there. Matic gets flushed away. And the Gladiators are losing their back hold there. Unicorns, I mean, they started up in Zaki, so they've gone for a wide rotate.
Yeah, moving right down. They were just towards that school side and have actually moved all the way down towards that east. Rocked up on towards this ridge side, looking down towards Gladiators now, who are down the slope. So for Unicorns of Love, they actually do have a better position in place here to continue fighting this one out. Sly Europe, 4 players towards Church, keeping it simple, keeping it calm. And we did move away from those fields down towards that southwest side, which would have been a real disaster for a lot of these teams already on the east. Pushing through there would have certainly meant fair few players getting crushed down. Unicorns of Love, though, looking for a little bit more. Team Doom have eyes on. They will have to move away. Now cut between Gladiators and Nexus. And I imagine Gladiators just want to keep things a little bit calm now with 3 players, hold them in place.
Yeah, losing that player to the backfill is very unfortunate. And to be fair, you probably don't expect the Unicorns of Love to be rocking up on that angle to you. If you've been scouting out the surrounding areas, you know where those teams are coming from, but a little bit of a wild rotate there puts the cat amongst the pigeons for Gladiators. And they lose that spot. Havlik made over the top. These 2 teams have been fighting back and forth from this north side rotation. And Game Lord have lost a player to the engagement earlier with MUERTE. The last of whom is now down southwest towards KONINA Power. Well, there you go. Nexus are pushing into the side of Unicorns of Love, and that might be a saving grace coming through for the Gladiators position.
Yeah, Keme is down. Shots over towards Noshi now. That's from Major Pride all the way in Pachinki there. I don't know how in hell he saw him, but he's got the binocs out. Gladiators push all the way up, and I'm not sure Nexus are ready for this.
Octavian goes very, very low, but stays alive. Doran gets flushed out. Tixi is knocked, and they need to be careful. Kapahala, a pivotal backstop, and Meku has the challenge around the side. Tixi still down, and Kitsune moves up to the top of the hill to try and take up the mantle of the fight. Octavian got that heal off. If that knock came through, Kapahala was dead meat, but now as it stands, Kitsune needs to fend off against 2. The res, all important, and Tixi is getting picked up now by Meku. Get that heal done and take an advantage fight. Pushing in the back, though, it's Team Doom.
Yeah, this could be a bit problematic. Octavian had 7 nades, already used 2 of them, but is laying down some real bombardment on this top side, but not finding anything in particular. Nade comes through from Tixi, has 1 more left in the pocket. Molotov down towards Kapahala to prevent him from peeking out. This is really well done so far. And the circle shifting over towards Pachinki once again.
Team Doom now going to start to weigh in on the fight. Octavian still standing, and Gladiators can't push over with the threat from Major Pride and Pachinki. Meku needs to take this line back and forward fight, but Meku goes down. That is the peek out wide that I was talking about. Monkey immediately shuts down that angle, and now Team Doom have an opening.
Team Doom have themselves a nice little spot to play in. Just slowly push up towards Gladiators themselves. Now down to just 2 players. I think Kitsune and Tixi could definitely do this, though. Hold off the 3 players from Team Doom. It would be a bit dicey, though, John.
Dagestan. We've been using the teams out to their west as a buffer for a while now, but now They will turn into their captors. Game Lord trying to stay alive on the west side of Pochinki. KONINA Power rolling downhill towards the MADBULLS. And again, these fights are being forced to linearize around these sides. Normally teams will be trying to establish off angles and flanks, but with the number of teams taking shots from Pochinki, it just forces you to play around these ridgelines, and it makes it so much harder to get a good fight.
It does make it so much harder because you don't want to get shot at by the guys playing in Pochinki. You don't want to get shot at by the players over towards that western side in KONINA Power as well, MADBULLS. 2 predictions for Sly Europe from you and Gennaro. MADBULLS for Max. Coming in from that western side. No, it's not a bad prediction, actually. They have a lot of time to play with, but they have to go up against the guys from KONINA Power first.
You're calling it for Major Pride all the way over in Pochinki. A lot of players looking to move out there.
I went for the double-double. I think they've got it in them. 4 players still up, obviously just losing a knock there. I think they might just go down to 3.
Fairly likely, but KONINA Power looking to guard out the MADBULLS here and now. And from down the hill, it's going to be a really difficult ascent here. Even if you try and break out wide to the left, there's really not that much cover for you. The smoke train necessary. Zerich going to start to move forwards. It actually does get across the sight line. Bellucci doesn't have the side swipe on him, but the rest of the team will need to hold the anchor. Frozen goes down to Agoras in a 1-for-1 trade. Fash also found, spotted. 2 players fall, and who's that? It's KASIK team from the north side, who are going to guard out both of these teams at this stage. Frozen still knocked, but I imagine they're investing on the red. Can't force their way too far around, and Frozen hasn't been starting up that res just yet. Fleek has to move out of position, and it looks like they're going to give up on playing as 4. Agoras in up the top, still down. Fash unable to get that res, and Zerich has been just bombarding this position effectively. Look at the damage pouring on through. KONINA Power keeping it together for now. Fleek back out towards Frozen. They want the res.
Major Pride almost certainly done for there. Dagestan taking a very good fight. I think Major Pride just a little bit too split, but this match now, MADBULLS, in a really good position to take the ridge side just ahead of them. KASIK team also have a strong spot. All these teams have a chance into this game. MADBULLS made a little bit more difficult by the fact that the team in their path has to leave.
They have to conclude this fight, and because KASIK team, and you could see that coming up in the elimination feed, have got that sideswipe angle on their north. They need to, if they wanted to move around that ridge and disengage from KONINA Power, it's straight into the KASIK fight. So you need to choose the fight you want to take, and you need to conclude it there. The res does come through, and the MADBULLS stay up as 4, but they'll need to roll past Fash, and he puts the nade over their top. Won't find the damage on it just yet, but puts another in to maybe find a little bit more that time around. Smoke does start to bloom there. Tulika isolates the sidelines of it. Team Doom are making a crash into Sly Europe in the meantime. They do manage to get a little bit of a knock, but there's damage being sent back. But Fash steps up. Zerich pushes him back. Excellent on the swivel play there. The Sly Europe rebuff the Team Doom push in the meantime. Neither of these teams is going super hard into this fight, but Frozen was on a wild off angle. I didn't even spot him getting into that, but gets shot out, shut down.
Yeah, there are so many angles right now. Tulika just has to send up, but will get shot down by one of the players. Last player in a Boladoy. Nasty shot over the top there. I think that's coming from Game Lord.
With the blue zone pushing in, it's very unlikely that Zerich is getting these reses. 1 player left now for the MADBULLS. Has to hit the deck. KASIK have some excellent... This is a brilliant rooftop for them. This final circle will be dictated by what KASIK team can do in this phase. They'll likely have to leave it next, but this position from KASIK alone is so dominant.
Yeah, if we get a hard shift towards that northwest, it's almost certainly a KASIK win. There's not much you can do versus this one. Excuse me. Inside Church down towards that south side. Sly Europe still playing strong, and Dagestan actually been able to take down the players from Major Pride, looking fairly good inside their building.
Okay, Shifu got a drop into Major Pride and took down 2 of them on his own. Really nice stuff coming through. 3 eliminations for the team. Staying alive in the trenches. Sly Europe, some good walls to play around. Didn't quite catch how many vehicles they had, but with Team Doom rocking up on a crash, I'm imagining there's quite a few littered around on the south side.
Beck Excuse me, takes a fair bit of damage there. Circle centers down towards Sly Europe, and will have to leave slightly. Just wonder how much they're going to have to peek out here. For Sly Europe, do have a real good chance in this game now. And for KASIK, now this field works against them. Crossing it versus Sly Europe, going to be very difficult.
Not only Sly Europe, but excuse me as well, who will have to leave themselves, sure, but they have that church high ground. Will be difficult. Smokes will start to bloom. This is a fast rotation. This is a fast decision being made by KASIK team. I am a little bit of a fan of it. They'll get themselves into position first as, excuse me, are slowed by a knock. They want to get that res first. Sly Europe not taking shots just yet out towards this crash, and KASIK team are allowed into a little bit of a dip in the field behind the rock they have, and they're in.
Yeah, this is a nice play from KASIK. They realize that there's going to be so many teams moving through into this spot soon that they have to go now if they want to have a chance here versus any of them. Right now, excuse me, been taken down by two of the players from GameLord that were remaining. That's Victor as well as Robs on the lower floor with the close quarters combat shotgun, letting the dog out of the cage.
Certainly going to bite. If you step through that door too overzealously, Robs turns the corner, sees Havlik. Is there backup from his teammate? Where is the other, excuse me, player? He's finally pushing in, and Robs is able to get up the stairs. How on earth has he managed to fade that? Not entirely sure, but now it's 2 up, 2 down. As Robs gets caught healing, Havlik just pushes straight on through. Hot knife through butter play right there for excuse me.
Yeah, for excuse me though, still down to 2 players. Reflect gets knocked from KASIK. That striker hitting that shot. Victor still going strong for GameLord, although it wasn't the game they were looking for. It's certainly one that's going to put points on the boards for them. Striker, 600 damage already, having a real nice position on the map. Still, more shots going the way of Sly Europe. They are a real focal point right now.
Victor goes down. Dagestan still playing on the edge of Pachinki. Find themselves into this top 4 position.
That's nasty.
That is a brilliant nade to thread, and finds Havlik as well. Shifu is such a terror this game. Beck, does he even know he can get through the window?
Oh my god.
Shifu! What is that? Oh my goodness me. It feels like, excuse me, didn't know that those nades could do that.
All 5 eliminations there for Shifu on the side of Dagestan. Sly Europe gets thrown a bone. They will have to move out into the fielded area though, but after getting a knock over towards KASIK team, this will open things up nicely for them. KASIK has to move out, so Sly getting a little further forward is really good stuff for them.
Dagestan could still just about hold that sideline of the trench. Sly Europe slowly eke their way forwards. Top 3 now found. For all of these teams, Dagestan playing as 3, as they have for a while, but as long as Shifu's alive, seems like anything's possible.
Sly Europe, though, they are kind of on a broadside, which is the only issue. So if Dagestan can get a little bit further up, you can see the only things that are really providing them any safety is these vehicles and the hay bales. And Mandarin, if he's not careful, poking his head up like this, without that smoke on the side, it's almost done for. That's a nice push again.
This is the second smoke train that KASIK team have implemented, have executed, and done so well, but Shifu has got an edge angle on this. Sly Europe might even do best to just let him have at it on this scenario. Seems like the lineup is good. KASIK steps up quite high there, I think jumping up to try and get some sight lines. Sly Europe are going to try and execute their own smoke train. Tenchik gets out wide to a hay bale. They get a little bit more central on the circle. You imagine these smokes are looking to run, try and nade peep, and they are in range now. All of these teams can launch ordnance in. Tenchik running around out in the open, and more nades fly through. Ingush goes down next, but Jashipa is found by Limbo Boom on the off angle, bringing Sly Europe down to 3 active as the nades continue to just dominate the KASIK position. 2 smoke trains and done. They pull into the station and will leave with 3rd place.
The thing for Sly Europe, though, is that most of their players are sat next to mobile bombs. If these vehicles go up in smokes, go up in flames, then they're likely to take a lot of damage, and Tenchik realizes this, has to move out, but he's in open ground. And if Dagestan's got cover in front of them, they can easily spot him. So Zashipa has to be real clean on this off angle. It's a 3v4, very difficult, and Shifu has to find an opening knock, or Dagestan entirely on their own. Reflect very low again.
That was necessary to get that knock for Dagestan. They're further towards the edge. The zone pushes them first. Let's Reflect. Looks like he doesn't have a first aid, just having to bandage and stim up. as much as possible, but you take that. You take the extra sightline over pretty much anything at this stage. Keep spotted with the nade launch out and an excellent open for Mandarin, leaving only 2 now left to find, but Shifu's still active and crawling forwards in the dirt. Keep is flushed. Tenchik now with a side swipe onto Shifu. Limbo Boom is the last up to bat and will be struck out. Sly Europe take home the chicken dinner from the compound that they held for so long and playing some decent sightlines in the open field.
Yeah, I mean, KASIK team played a really good game, honestly. I was actually hoping that they would win because a lot of their movements, a lot of their plays were really slick, very quick, and whoever's making those calls on that team deserves a big thumbs up from me. But yeah, very, very, very well done from KASIK team. Sly Europe, though, a really strong compound that they had in that warehouse, a lot of sight lines from there as well, and a lot of windows, and I think that's the major benefit of that position, is that you can see a lot round in towards that fielded area without having your vision blocked by playing in that 2-story that might only have certain windows you can peek out, which makes it very easy for other teams to spot you. So overall, still a great game from Sly Europe to identify that spot and play from there effectively.
Absolutely. It was, as you say, very effective. They exerted control. Pleased with Dagestan's performance as well to fight through against Major Pride.
Oh, Shifu's.
Yeah, I'll give you that. That's fair. To be able to take down so much from the center of Pachinki, it looked a little bit ropey for them, but they strung it out to a second place. Unfortunately, though, they couldn't go all the way. It was Sly Europe to take the chicken dinner.
Your order is here.
Oh, thank you. Thank you.
Welcome back to PMPL EU. Second map of the day is now done and dusted, and Sly Europe are the ones to take the W. I'm Ginny, joined by Max. Let's just honestly jump straight into it. But before we do so, socials, make sure you give him a follow because there's a survey that you could fill out. There is a giveaway that Max is doing, but that's irrelevant. What are you?
QR code screenshot.
What are you doing? I don't think anyone is gonna. No one is gonna screenshot it just because your face is like right on top of it.
You know, we've got to try things.
Unless
this age of social media is weird.
Yeah, let's not go into that. Let's go into the survey instead. Fill it out. Give us your thoughts, your opinions. Do you want Max's face behind the QR code? Let us know. That's actually a really important point. We would really like to know that. Why are you smiling?
I'm going to check the stats after this to see, has it increased? Has the number of scans of the QR code increased since I put my face next to it?
That is actually really, yeah, we're going to start tracking that. Let's look at the match ranking specifically because, again, Unicorns of Love had actually a really good performance and they get pretty close, but then not really. Sly Europe are the ones to take away the chicken dinner, and not just 10 placement points, Max. They have 11 elims. What?
I'm loving it. So far this third phase, we're seeing so many underdog teams that have no potential that has been slowly rising up in these last 2 days right now, and it was the time for Sly Europe to get their chicken dinner right now. They're second actually in this third phase, total of 21 points, and it was very heavily reliant on the circle all going on their compound, all going in a field, because going into Pachinki or Pachinki Hill, that was going to be a really rough transition for them. But they transitioned really well into it, though one team I really want to talk about, sure, they do not get a lot of eliminations because they were left alone for a really long period of time, and I think John and Blank mentioned it during that game that they did well, is actually KASIK team. And I feel like yesterday's game, they got the chicken dinner was kind of gifted to them in Rozhok because they were there for so long. Here, they actually moved away for Pachinki to avoid all of that clash that was happening inside Pachinki. It was a whole lot of mess between Game Lord, excuse me, and Dagestan, and they found themselves in a really good spot to enter that top 3. Sure, no eliminations to show for it, but this has been one of, I would say, the best games in terms of macro we've seen from KASIK team, and I just want to hopefully see some more.
Yeah, we've seen a really good performance from KASIK team yesterday as well, even getting ourselves a chicken dinner, but it's very consistent in terms of the improvements that we've seen over the last couple of days. I mean, we were speaking about Shifu while the game was going on and saying this man just is in everybody's faces. I don't know how he's doing it, I don't know what he's doing, but he is getting some elims that he potentially should not be getting.
I'm not going to lie, Janiro, I feel like we're both the prophets of this PMPL. We said it, no, don't sleep on your boy, on our boy Shifu, okay? He's an absolute goated player, and he really stepped up to the plate so well. Not only him, Keep has also been a really strong player for the team, so this fragging duo, if you have them in a late game, they can spread absolute madness around the battleground and get himself, a bunch of those 7 eliminations. But yeah, as you said, a lot of those elims, I feel like Shifu shouldn't get them, but Shifu does what Shifu does best, which is eliminate people.
Eliminate. Which even adds as well to Dagestan's ranking in terms of the amount of damage that they've done. He's got 4 elims and the total team had 7. So he is very much contributing to the Dagestan roster and the points that they're getting on the board. I mean, even in PMEC, he had such a good performance. So being able to translate that and bring that to PMPL was when coming into this, we were actually wondering how are some of these teams going to perform? And he's showing us they're going to perform just as well.
Yeah, performing just as well. It seemed like it just took a little bit of time to transition from that PMEC lobby to now this PMPL lobby, and things are working out for them. And we're having a little bit of a MUERTE replay of that fight that they had versus SHOCKWAVE, which was an interesting fight that we were able to catch. I potentially have to break that down eventually. We'll have to see. I'll have to check out the clip once more. But I want to focus more on this MADBULLS push because I feel like MADBULLS, and that's the reason why I predicted them this game, should have been so much quicker on the swivel to get access to Pachinki Hill. And because they took, I think, a minute too long to make that rotation, KONINA Power step up first, go for Pachinki Hill up north, and then MADBULLS are getting gatekept. They have a good push. I think KONINA Power gave too much space to MADBULLS, but then they're frozen, go for a wide split. They lose a player, and then it just goes downhill. They're down to a single player. It doesn't work out. MADBULLS, just a little bit too slow on this one. I feel like this could have been at least their podium finish here, but it was just not meant to be.
Yeah, that's totally not why you went for that prediction. I'm assuming, no, yeah, you did go for MADBULLS.
I did.
You were expecting that podium finish. But it feels like a mistake that we're seeing from, at this point, every single team at PMPL. It's those last final moments that count the most towards that podium finish, towards those placement points. Unfortunately, not going in favor of some of these teams when they start off very well. They get really good drops. They are racking up those elims, and then it's just a struggle of closing it out in that successful fashion. And yeah, you have a field finish, which is a little bit of an unfortunate one, but still, as we said, you make your own luck. It's not about the circle, obviously.
Exactly. So I did see that moment there while Dagestan were throwing nades over to KASIK team, is that they knew their dip was not going to be in play for much longer, potentially like an extra 30 second to a minute maximum they had. So they were like, okay, we don't have a lot of time. We can actually use this position offensively. Let's just chuck all the nades, all the utility we have to try and maybe reduce the number of players remaining in this circle, which is what they did on KASIK team. And then they were like, okay, there's like 2-3 players less. It's going to be a lot easier to just stretch out in the circle and to hopefully get a decent position, which ends up not working out because Sly just took so much control. But it was definitely the right approach to try and just make things a little bit smoother for them in that late game.
Yeah, when you try your best, but you don't succeed.
Yes.
Yeah, it happens. But let's look at the overall rankings for Phase 3 so far. Sly Europe, with that, are now tied on first place for Major Pride. 57 points in total. Unicorns of Love now, this drops them down to third. 49. They're still chilling. I mean, that's a lot of points that they have collected. It will be interesting to see how many points on average they have been collecting in Stage 3 in comparison to other previous stages that we've seen, but that's something that we can dig into later. All in all, I'm not too surprised by these placements because it does feel like Stage 3 has been the home for the teams that are currently on the screen.
Yeah, though the fact that we're seeing Unicorns of Love and KASIK team doing relatively well in this third phase means, at least to me, that we are pretty much 99.999, repeating 9% sure about which two teams might be not going into the finals, which right now seem like that would be Team Doom.
Yes.
And also the side of the team name slipped my oh, I forgot the team name, but yeah, you got Team Doom and another team down there, which are the two that we haven't seen anything. Avalanche, thank you very much. John just helped me out there in the chat. Avalanche,
John, our savior.
Like the two teams that are not going to do anything. So unless we see like a massive step up from those two teams, I think we can already see which 16 teams will head in the finals.
But even then, with the point differential between 15 and 16 between Unicorns of Love and Shockwave, even if we see really great performance from Avalanche, and it's a slim chance at this point, and it's a matter of stepping up in every single game going forward. Is Miramar going to be that map where they step up? Find out. John and Blake.
We are indeed going to find out who's going to be able to step up here on Miramar. A lot more open ground, a lot longer range combat, and a lot more terrain-based play. We have seen a couple of urban finishes, but a little bit less likely. Blank, we're going to be heading to the desert once more.
We are going to be heading to the desert once more with our desert boots firmly on, ready to go, having a good time. Let's excuse this. It's a small animal on the screen. Having a little...
Small. Or is it the little one?
This is the smaller one, yeah. He's just come for a little cuddle before Miramar. But he should be fine now because it's all warm over on this map. But yes, heading over towards Miramar now, seeing exactly which team will come out on top. I think looking at a fair few of these guys, obviously Sly Europe not playing after their win over on Erangel. Excuse me, not on this one. Dagestan not on this one. Neither are Avalanche. But MADBULLS, I think right now, a 10th place position for them is out of the norm, at least in day 2 of phase 3. So I'm kind of hoping for a bit of a better game here from them.
Yeah, maybe a better shot at things. Sly Europe not in this one, excuse me. Dagestan and Avalanche not going to be in either. Playing path a little bit east-leaning, so for teams like the MUERTE who want to go out to Monte Nuevo, a little bit longer on the road, but shouldn't be too difficult. Grab some vehicles, get on your way.
Yeah, Gladiator is heading out nice and early this time around, so not heading up towards La Cobreria. Puerto Paraíso going to be held by MADBULLS. Nice and easy dropout for them early on in this game. And Impala should be held by NEXUS, who will be dropping out, but I think, yeah, dropping out nice and early as well. Most teams wanting to opt down towards this south side. I think you're talking about vehicles a little bit. It's just dropping on those side. Heading up towards El Pozo, Monte Nuevo. Easily done. You want to get out nice and early and pick up those vehicles where you can. And Cruz de Valle and Torre Amado, which will be where we are concluding this playing path, which I imagine a couple of teams will head up this way.
Still just about making it all the way up north, and Team Doom most likely out last. They normally dropping out there, so good news. A fairly central circle as well, especially given the plane path. Not too much drama, but you imagine those vehicle drops might get a little bit squeaky if teams want to break out to those west positions. The MUERTE quite split right now around KASIK team who have found vehicles, so potential that they spot Happy J and just try and camp the drop to take out one of the MUERTE players.
Yeah, MUERTE definitely a little bit split here. Happy J will be able to find himself a vehicle, but with KASIK team playing pretty well today, you wonder if they're going to try and clear out this position nice and early on. Try and pick up some of those eliminations over towards MUERTE, not let them leave this position. KONINA pound down towards Los Leones, pretty dead central here, picking up as much loot as possible. And Gladiators have a little bit of a run ahead of them, honestly, John. It's going to be quite tough to hurdle a lot of these teams, starting down on the south side of Los Leones, moving up through Minas Generalis and Graveyard, all fairly barren areas, moving through Major Pride and MUERTE. KASIK team, Unicorns Love, more than likely will have shots taken at them during this game.
A little bit of loot on board for Game Lord. Even Esker might prove to be a bit of an obstacle to that progression from the south side, but as a solo, won't really pose too much threat. Game Lord are close enough together such that if even Esker takes a fight from the top of that hill, those knocks unlikely to stick right now, unless the rest of Dark Project rally in and create that firing line. Then MUERTE potentially looking to regroup here out to Happy J on the west side of things, of the first circle. I think they are just going to make their way out. Only a Winnie in hand and no armor, nothing really at all for Milky Way. So been on the road for quite a while, it would seem. They're going to try and loot out on the west, get a little bit of a supply drop going there. Make it in from that west side.
Yeah, to MUERTE do get back up together to Happy J, nice and safe. KASIK team didn't really want to get too hard on that one, just on the south side of Picardo at the moment. Game Lord surrounded by a lot of teams though. SHOCKWAVE back in this match, didn't play Miramar yesterday. So we'll be over towards Hacienda del Patron and Game Lord sitting off towards their western side. But like you said before, Dark Project circling around them, but I don't know if Game Lord's going to take any shots. Usually they're quite good at clearing out this area, but as we've seen recently, Game Lord, yes, able to get quite far in that last game on Erangel, but still looking a little bit lackluster at the moment.
KASIK mounting up from Picardo. Striker holding the DBS, so it seems like they're going to try and invest in getting to that late game. Been pleasantly pleased with KASIK team so far this phase. ARR currently right on the north side of the circle. One of the teams that's most likely to come into conflict with Team Doom first. However, Team Doom have shown a propensity to stay on the outskirts at the starts of these games. Try and come in a little bit later. Beast from Unicorns of Love, close now with SHOCKWAVE. Trying to fend off a position around Minis Generalis. And the nades are flying back and forth. No knocks going either way just yet.
Zero underneath. Unicorns of Love up in position. Difficult spot to actually take shots towards on SHOCKWAVE. A lot of different little spots and nooks and crannies that SHOCKWAVE can play in. Trade and nades are a bit more of an easier angle to identify, and I think Unicorns Love realize this and decide that, you know, we need to figure out a different angle, different approach to this engagement, because Terminus as well as SnowX inside this building will prove to be real big problems. Right now, Unicorns of Love are struggling to stand up a little bit taller, but standing very central at the moment for Unicorns of Love, happening more frequently than not, getting a bit more experience on hand with those late games, and it feels like they are definitely benefiting from that.
The bridesmaid team, second place perpetually, seemingly. Getting a little bit more value this time around, but maybe even out of the wedding party this time around, losing 0-0 early to SHOCKWAVE in Central. Playing on as 3 is going to severely diminish their capacity to hold out these teams on the south. KONINA Power, Gladiators even further on that south side. MADBULLS likely to push in from this direction. VIRTUS.PRO even maybe from the eastern edge. All probably starting to converge on an area like this. VIRTUS.PRO love to go central, so I wouldn't be too surprised to see them rock up into this.
Yeah, I mean, this is a very open spot with a lot of compounds, a lot of buildings to play in, and with it being so central, like you say, John, you can fit quite a few teams in here, so I wouldn't be surprised. I'm not even surprised by the fact that we're seeing so many teams all flitting around the edge at the moment. But for NEXUS, still making their way in. MADBULLS haven't quite left Impala as of yet, taking it a bit slower on this game, possibly trying to confirm a few more eliminations this one. Game Lord now making their move outwards. SHOCKWAVE obviously getting ahead of them. They were towards that eastern side of Hacienda del Patron. That gives them that central spot. So this is good for them. But for Game Lord, playing on the ridges of San Martin, trying to find a pick out where they can.
Looking at the terrain of this circle as well, this valley between around sort of Picardo, San Martin, and Minis Generalis in the middle towards Graveyard and areas like this is really, really dangerous. So surprising to see so many teams already condensing so central. And it seems like at the moment we're looking at about 5 or 6 teams who have already, in stage 1, just sent for a center position.
Yeah, I mean, getting here is the difficulty, right? You can see that there's so much open ground. I mean, for MADBULLS, there's a bit of a different thing because they're coming up from Impala itself, where it is just a bit of an open field between there on the roadside up towards Junkyard. But around this area of La Bandita, as well as Minas Generalis, like, it is quite difficult to get into this spot once the circle has enclosed on it. So again, this is just a decision that a lot of teams are making to get themselves in a position where they can suddenly torpedo out of the submarine over towards that position when they need to, as opposed to if this does move away, then any team that's already central in that spot can quickly just spread out to a new area. So it's not so bad. So a lot of these teams really taking on board the fact that this is going to be a priority position should the circle center up here, and being close to it is going to be much bigger of a boon than a lot of teams realize.
Does have a capacity.
Yikes.
Yep, I feel like that sums up my emotions entirely about this circle shift. That is very hard shifting up north. ARR getting a massive, massive shift towards them. And all of these teams that went central early, blank. Now they all have to go the same direction.
Literally everyone getting in the cars, turning the keys, sputtering the engine back into life as they move up towards Hacienda del Patron. But again, fielded area around this position, this crossroads that just marks the center of this position that it flows through. There's going to be a lot of ditches that are available to be playing in, but not very many valuable positions in terms of the central area. I think that you're looking at this one and it's going to be a hard fought game. Whoever wants to pick this one up. Tixie is on a bit of a wild ride himself. Trying to keep the car on track there. Game Lord were benefited by the fact that they were still in San Martin. They didn't have that ability to move down towards Minas Generalis, but it does mean that they can move further out towards the roadside, which is going to be the downfall for a lot of these teams moving across the roads with already big setups like Game Lord as well as AR being able to shoot at you as you cross through here. And even moving off towards the west or the east isn't that much better for you, because over towards the western side, you can see on your screen there, all fields, easy to shoot at you.
It's just crap trying to move across that area of the map. It's really bad. There's nothing really to give you that cover, especially, as you say, with those pre-posted teams. SHOCKWAVE posting up on the south will be the breaking stone for a lot of these teams moving in from that area on the southwest that was central before.
It's quite funny with that, because SHOCKWAVE's stopping on that south side like, right, well, probably not going to get much further into this circle, so I guess we gatekeep the teams on the south side, considering we were pretty early to this position. Getting further in at this point in time, not that big of an option. For Major Pride, this is going to be a difficult push for them. They're coming in from Graveyard in that valley between San Martin. So another tough decision for this team to make to get through. KASIK team, though, quickly rotating seems to be one of their MOs, is these speedy rotates.
I mean, we saw it in that last game, right? With those two smoke train, quick decision final circle positions. Did go down out in the open, but kind of was the only decision that they could have reasonably made.
Yeah.
And the fact that they made it that fast is great.
If Dagestan was slightly further off towards that western side and set up there, they would not have been in nade range towards KASIK team. And I think KASIK team could have maybe pulled that game off. Unfortunately, he's getting pinched between Sly Europe as well as Dagestan. Was pretty rough. And considering the fact that they'd really poked the Hornet's nest over towards Sly Europe, it's kind of unsurprising. Right now, AAR is looking real good right now. Team Doom off towards that eastern side, not too much of a threat to them. Gladiators were able to make a fairly swift and slick rotation up towards that western side, but now we're looking at MADBULLS versus NEXUS. Now, MADBULLS, we really wanted them to bring up the pressure, bring up the speed, but losing Zerich right off the bat is not good.
Eastern Stars lose one as well. Not Eastern Stars, what am I saying? It's in his name, Kapahala. Keeps baiting me. NEXUS launching the nade back over the headland towards Tulika, immediately getting that knock. Beautifully found, and the DPS over the ridgeline is similarly effective for Doran. And now Fleeke needs to pull it all back together, but the MADBULLS are flagging now, already taking damage, and all the way outside in this circle. There's no chance you get this one back together. Sure, you exact revenge on Kapahala, but with 3 of the NEXUS players alive, Fleeke with the order so tall. I don't think he can jump it here. Fleek wants to get the nade over towards Octavian, but not to be. The Nexus res will come through. Frozen gets flushed and Fleek left out and dry.
Yeah, Octavian just putting pressure on, stopping Fleek from coming up to stop that res. It's good stuff from him. Doesn't get too far forward towards that nade range. Fleek forced out into the blue to try and circumvent some of these sight lines. Keme will try and heal back up again, looking back towards that circle. Look at this, though. Major Pride set themselves up in a position to almost gatekeep out Nexus as they move up towards a real big ditch in the road there, moving through Hacienda del Patron past El Azahar. Again, though, I think Team Doom actually hold one of the strongest compounds at the moment, and I do wonder if anyone's going to try and crash that and take it off them.
I mean, it's Major Pride and VIRTUS.PRO on that option right now. A wide northern split for Gladiators, who really don't have anyone to worry about at this stage, other than looking downhill towards Dark Project, towards ARR. Unicorns of Love on the west side. They have gone for some cheeky wide rotates before, and they came in behind the Gladiators on Erangel. It looks like they might be looking to do a similar sort of play here. If they can break out wide up towards water treatment, find Meku as an isolated member of Gladiators.
Yeah, Gladiators usually do go for these pretty extreme splits towards the endgame of Miramar. It is not working out quite the way they would like, and we have seen the success that can come from it, being able to provide a lot of really good off angles. However, of recent games, they've been caught out quite a few times, and Meku now up to bat against Unicorns of Love. I believe that is one of their last 3 players on side. Noshi also behind. I imagine holding the final player, Unicorns of Love, in his hand. Major Pride, though, lose Nomi.
Oh, that is a devilish shift again, and it's right on top of ARR strength and Game Lord as well. Keeps going down south. Nexus still going on against KONINA Power. And getting it done as well. Agorazin gets knocked, flushed out by Octavian, who just manages to hit the deck, and not in nade range, not in shot range either. Major Pride clashing with Fleek, who's doing quite a lot of work against this squad. Okay, hang on a minute. Did Major Pride just get taken down solo by Fleek?
With the help of Doran, yes, apparently so. Fleek able to really play that solo magic all on his lonesome once again. He really starts to come alive as a solo player. The heart pumping, adrenaline around the body. Fleek just suddenly becomes Hulk-sized in the game. Doran, though, wants to finish him off. Understands now that that is a bit of a bigger threat than they first realized when they let him escape earlier on.
That's his secret. He's always mad, Bulls.
Okay, that was bad.
He hops in the vehicle! Oh my god, that is some high-level strats going on right there. I love it. I absolutely love it. Does go down, but I'm impressed already. That was a brilliant engagement from Fleek, just purely off that one play.
Yeah, eventually getting knocked off the post there. KONINA Power have been causing problems to Nexus quite some time, have lost one player of their own. Game Lord still playing on that roadside towards the crossroad itself. Shockwave to their south is a bit of a problem. KASIK team out in the field. If they leave this one or are forced to leave, that's going to be a bit of a nasty rotation over Caltrops left behind from a lot of teams. Dark Project starts to slowly, surely creep up behind ARR, and they will have to be ready for this one, because if undetected, Dark Project could go for the assassination of their life, picking themselves up a really good set of compounds.
With the teams out to the southwest, Dark Project can't really push further up in these hills that sit closer towards the road, but as soon as MUERTE and KASIK have to leave or they get diminished severely, Dark Project can start to exert more control. With Gladiators at their back, though, it is still going to be dangerous. East side, KONINA Power playing in this roadside compound. You can see the power they have over this Nexus rotation will force them to move up north towards the VIRTUS.PRO rotation, as well as into Team Doom's compound that, as you said, one of the strongest still going.
Yeah, quite difficult to hold at times, but does give you a real big advantage in this match with a lot of areas that you can peek out from. It's just if you get a very speedy crash on that position, Team Doom better be ready to hold them back. Striker finds MUERTE's Milky Way, but also gets knocked in the process. Naboladoi finishing off Keme there. Octavian down. Last player for Nexus is Doran.
Octavian flushed by Phantom from Team Doom. leaving them solo. Happy J from the MUERTE. Discrim is down, Milky Way is already out. The Striker's taken a knock, and the bullets aren't quite finding the target that they're looking for. That they nearly find Striker, but the res comes through, and they just run away from this nade range. Smart retreat there from KASIK team. Will continue to try and play on here, keeping all four of themselves alive with that res. MUERTE losing just the one. They did manage to get Discrim back in and active. Happy J wants to try and change this number disadvantage. KASIK doesn't manage to get the knock through the fence there, and Happy J is up and right on into the fray. KASIK still pulling the nade on the pin on the nade and actually managed to get it around the side with the fadeaway shot there. Happy J happy to buy time as Malloy comes in for the backup. Both of these teams going to be pressured in by the blue zone and will be shunted on through by this next circle.
KASIK for a little bit more DBS outside, but English, nasty little nade, hits on the backside. Malloy drops to his knees, but there's Happy J, almost finds two.
On the inside for 1.5, but it's as good as none as the rest of his team rolls up, taken down. KASIK team take the knock, sure, but they can get this res. The question is, how fast can they get away from that position? Because they will have to leave it. Now Team Doom right on the edge. They've been afforded a strong spot.
Nice position for them. This might be the furthest we see Team Doom get into a few of these matches, John. That project took a knock, but quickly recovered from. AAR still playing from their compounds itself, but Dark Project have an insane position in the circle with it centering right upon them and gifted a nice little loot crate dropping from the sky. Shockwave finally make their move, heading over towards KASIK team. Striker sends out in the buggy a little bit quickly. This splits the team up. Quite awkward to play from now as Shockwave is firmly on that position, but Terminus down right off the bat.
Prays and trades it for English on the off, but they are still taking so much damage here against KASIK. Standing tall, fight after fight, the MUERTE try and crash into them. Now Shockwave push through. KASIK and English are down. Striker and Unicorn, two players active. Aza wins the battle on the outside, and this might just be the end of KASIK now. As three players, active for Shockwave. They push in to the staircase. Unicorn needs to come up big here for the roster. KASIK trying to keep it together, finds one through the door. Two more now to go. Once the flush gets a lot of damage, needs to get the reload, will be able to hop on out. Now staying up the stairs, first aid being popped, knows there's a player pushing him, they don't want to let him heal, and they will get the job done. Southwest side, KASIK eliminated, but now where does Shockwave go? They're slow, and they need to cross the open ground.
You know, it was a really risky play from Aza to go back into the doorway, and the reason he does that is to delay Unicorn from moving out as fast as he can. So he puts some more bullets in, and then immediately Aza's back around the doorway. The rest of the team flies in after him. A really, really nice play from Aza. Could have cost him his life, but I think he realized in that moment they had to conclude that fight as fast as possible, being right on the edge of this circle. Dark Project still in the middle. Gladiators will have to cross pretty treacherous ground. Tapok gets knocked there by Dark Project up on high. We'll have to get back to the rest of the team here.
Could be pretty tricky to keep it all together, but ARR definitely playing strong in the shadow to hold out on the northeastern side. This area of terrain just south of Dark Project now, primo real estate. And all these teams on the north, Gladiators, Unicorns of Love, VIRTUS.PRO, they're going to have to resolve their differences or go down trying, because they have to move south now.
Yeah, I mean, there's not many teams that actually can make this push across the road towards that ridgeline that Dark Project's playing. I mean, Unicorns of Love could head down here, so could Gladiators, but overall, Dark Project's in a good position. But Tixi finding one, and that might be the go sign for Gladiators to head in towards that spot. Boladoy goes down to Phantom, but quickly, there is damage coming back.
Oh, Palucci, brutal around the side of the rock. Breaking Team Doom as they try and push in behind KONINA Power. Now just Goldie remains. They dropped in with 3 this game. It looks like the wind's a little bit out of their sails. I mean, managed to do that though to the back of KONINA Power, still a good sign, but playing on a solo, it's going to be really hard.
Only issue I have for Dark Project at the Navallo.
Okay.
I have no issues with that. That was clean as anything.
Rocks on up and into the fight. Novalo with the DBS. Now 2 players from KONINA Power to deal with. The rest of Game Lord moving in behind. Vash, a force to be reckoned with, but the DBS makes short work of him. Chews him up, spits him out. KONINA Power fall.
Gladiators take that opportunity as the res went through for Dark Project to move up just underneath them. A little bit difficult here. Unicorns of Love do go down and more teams flowing over towards Dark Project's position, but what a great job that they're doing. Immediately a nade comes out, will lay Meku low, and now Gladiators have to deal with VIRTUS.PRO first as Dark Project continues to rain down hell from above.
Wait gets knocked again, sure, but Latte's already on the heel. Even Esker and Madness can start to hold out these angles. VIRTUS.PRO try and crash in ahead of everybody else. Gladiators fall in the face of it. And it's a good hold on the north side. Unicorns of Love are down to 1 as well. As Beast is next to fall, they get wiped out. Kitsune last for the Gladiators, spotted by Of Haze. And only 1 active for VIRTUS.PRO. And Dark Project wipe out their northern threat.
Yeah, and only 1 knock there. Wait did not go down. AR don't opt to get in on this one. Remaining in that compound, and I think that Dark Project are constantly looking that way, but a huge amount of loot crates get deposited at the feet of Dark Project. In the meantime, Shockwave still making their way up, but it is Game Lord who's on a bit of a warpath at the moment from that south side. Still a lot more to do.
Nade in hand for Of Haze, so couldn't capitalize on the players giving themselves a little bit open position. Of Haze catches Madness, lacking a lot of damage pouring back, but not going for the flush just yet. Of Haze gets the reload, and there's the knock that they were looking for. Still purple going as Wait has the auto shotgun into the smoke, looks for the damage, and will be able to find it. Madness is down, but that is resable. Shockwave not going to push up. Instead, they move back south because Game Lord is the threat from that edge. The push up onto this terrain is timely, is necessary, as Dark Project are going to be looking to get this heal. Aza last standing for Shockwave. The south side now, a challenge. Goldie solo pushing into ARR, but ARR are going to have to leave now. And this is the terrain that we'll find ourselves the final fights.
Circle heads central over towards those loot crates. Everyone's going to have to move in. Dark Project currently consolidating themselves on that northern edge. Pick up a vehicle for Ivaneska, tries to move a little bit further forward. Robs and Game Lord would love to conclude this fight over towards Shockwave, and Ivaneska starts to scout downwards. For Shockwave, though, they are torn and battered. Look at the vest and helmet on Robs. There's nothing left of it. Barely scraps still remaining on the body.
He's got nothing left right now, and indeed will fall. Game Lord finally get the angle they were looking for. They'll have to move further north, though, and even Esker, that scout down south, has allowed Latte to move up to regroup. Wait is going to break out wide because they know Game Lord are out in the open field, and they want to assuage this southern threat now. ARR stay alive as 4. They've been holding this compound for a while. Will start to have to push into Dark Project territory, and Game Lord most likely going to be forced into that linear fight with them on the east edge of this circle.
Madness in the backside there, and I think Elementrix still assumes as a player in the back, it's smart from Dark Project to leave a backstop to stop AAR from backstabbing them. Starts to move the vehicle so slowly, but yeah, Wait's taking a massive off angle, and this is the Dark Project greed that we always get worried about.
Madness left out in the open, the wide split. Even Esker moves down south towards Wait, Latte central. They're going to have to leave Madness here because ARR most likely going to try and capitalize on this push. High ground needs to be controlled by Latte and Wait now. Even Esker actually going to go for the res here. ARR have wasted a little bit of time getting into this and will be picked up and looking for the res. A 2-1-1 split right now for ARR. Becca really wants to go for this. I feel like you can see that with the position that they're in, but they don't want to overstep because Game Lord will backfill.
Yeah, and right now Victor getting very close to aces, as is Rob's. Fully open vision. Aces has to be a bit worried. Molotov cuts him off that ridge side, eliminates the sight lines. Knowledge taken away.
The line now continues to be established by Dark Project, fully forcing this fight between Game Lord and ARR. Unless they opt to try and punch through, but both teams will take shots at each other. Neither of them are in the next circle.
Aces goes down. Good stuff for them. Can back up, but I think Robs wants to be quicker with it. Great shots there. And that really lays AR low.
Find a second as well. Aces flushed away by Madness. Pinches the point. 6 eliminations. Elementrix may be next up, but Go on, don't be too greedy there. We speak about Dark Project greed, and that might have been another demonstration of it. A regroup coming through, so they do consolidate over towards the flagging ARR, and they're trying to sweep through. They've sensed this weakness, and they want to try and flood on through to get better position against Game Lord. Even esker even putting damage out their way, and Nade being cooked heavy by Wait. Will wait until really late there. Becca trying to keep Tapok safe, who is still low. Need to force this heal, but the zone's crunching them in as well. Madness and Wait are there. Wait needs to try and get away from these nades, because it could be too dangerous to stick around a little bit. Too close for comfort. Becca over the ridgeline. Wait up for the challenge and wins it out. Auto shotgun is good for one. Looks for more as will volley those shotgun shells into the back. And now one player left for ARR. Game Lord moving in, still as 4.
Tapok alive. Pretty dangerous player to be up against, but he's out in the open. Has to flood down towards the eastern side, right into the direct sight lines of Game Lord. And they know they want to get rid of him, but Game Lord's still so worried about ARR that they're not putting much information or emphasis over towards Dark Project. Waiting for this next circle to come in.
Rob says absolutely nothing but ammo, but that's still a dangerous threat. Victor goes down, traded off as Akashi is low as well. Wait is low. Will look for that heal, but Game Lord trying to push up further, break the latte position. That's going to allow a little bit more pressure to be exerted by Robs, by Narvalo. A nade from even esker could be good here. Akashi goes down as well. ARR still surviving. Narvalo spotted by Madness, and that's 3 of the Game Lord players down. Almost out as well. Dark Project looking for that res, but maybe more worried about Tapok. The nade, sorry, that's a stun grenade going over the top towards Robs. Doesn't have anything left in the back pocket. A Winchester as well, still for Tapok. It's the secondary. A lot of ammo, sure, but everything is starting to melt. Robs last standing for Game Lord. Tapok last for ARR, and Dark Project are up at 4.
Nade comes over the top, will remove AR from the game. Now just Robs remaining, and Dark Project take a risky game and it pays off.
Not just yet, but Robs is low, and finally there you go. It will be Dark Project playing on that terrain from the northwest side, controlling everyone to their north. They executed nicely, a little bit too greedy towards the end for our liking, but they do pull it back together with some fortunate forced fights on that eastern edge.
For sure, I think that when they took that lineup, kind of put AR as well as Game Lord onto that position, I think AR could have taken maybe a bit more of a risk towards that early game when there was all that fighting going on between Gladiators, VIRTUS.PRO and Dark Project to move in towards that position. But you kind of understand why they don't want to leave that compound. But again, this is what you have to do to win those games. I think at the end of the day, Dark Project survived quite a hellish game at the end of the day.
Yeah, they kept all 4 of themselves alive as well, right into the end, despite taking knock after knock.
19 knocks.
And there was no supplies on the side of Game Lord. ARR were completely dry as well, so Dark Project managed to just force the fights where they needed to happen. Nobody could step to them, and in the end, they take home yet another chicken dinner. Good news for Dark Project.
Hello and welcome back to PMPL EU. I'm Ginny, joined by Max, and we're going to break down exactly what we just saw on Miramar. That was our third map of today. We still have 2 more to come. I mean, Max, Dark Project, they've done it again, which is pretty impressive because in these last 2 days alone, they've showed up more than they have during stage 1 and 2 combined, it feels like.
Yeah, I mean, after their chicken dinner of yesterday, I was like, can we hopefully see a little bit more in the rest of this third phase? And right now, they got himself another chicken dinner. Fantastic. I do agree with what John and Blank were mentioning during that game, is that it did feel like they were once again going through that phase of like super greedy Dark Project, which we've seen quite a few times in the past, but this time not punished as heavily as I thought they were. And especially Wait's rotation south, I was like, okay, that position, there's no way Dark Project are going to hold that one for free while Game Lord are just going to allow that to happen. And they did. They didn't really do anything against him, surprisingly enough. And that position later on really stopped Game Lord dead in their tracks where they couldn't gain any more terrain in the circle. And from that point onwards, you just pushed against the circle with ARR. You're going to fight one another, and Dark Project are just going to pick up the pieces. And that's a lot of pieces. They picked up 12 elims for their troubles. That's a big chicken dinner for them.
If anything, it feels like they were heavily rewarded for that aggressive play style that we've known them for. Maybe a little greedy, yes, but again, not punished as we might have expected them to have been punished. Major Pride, MUERTE, KONINA Power, and Unicorns of Love towards the bottom of the table. I am admittedly surprised to be seeing Major Pride towards the bottom of the table, considering the performances we've been seeing from them recently. But again, you gotta cut them some slack. Okay, this is like suffering from success when you set the bar so high, like everybody just has crazy expectations. But some of the expectations that weren't too crazy was our expectations from Dark Project after what we've seen them do yesterday. I mean, look at Madness. Again, what is this guy doing?
He's been popping off. I mean, he was the MVP of yesterday, got so many elims, and he's doing it once again here, getting himself 5 elims on the game with Wait. And Wait and Madness have clearly been the fragging duo of the team. They've been looking just amazing. And I loved how Dark Project played this game in the Northern Edge because they had a really strong foothold in the circle at the time. They had a strong compound. Not many teams are going to really try and crash that one. And there was Gladiators, VIRTUS.PRO, and Unicorns of Love that were fighting just north of them. They could have got involved a little bit earlier, but I really like what their game plan was, which is just wait for that fight to happen, and once it's kind of calmed down, you know there's not a lot of players remaining, then you push it, eliminate all the players, and then you got full 100% control of that northern edge of the circle. Well, more northwest, but still a lot of control they could just use to split later on in the game. So yeah, I think their timing was good. Sure, we said a little bit greedy potentially, but sometimes you got to be greedy to get those chicken dinners, which is what they were able to do, and then some good plays. While Game Lord, my prediction, and I thought they played an amazing mid-game. They cleared out KONINA Power exactly the way I wanted. Then they cleared out that ridge line away from SHOCKWAVE, which was going to be their winning condition for this game. But then Dark Project split was just too strong. But still a really strong execution from Game Lord, and I would have to say potentially Game Lord's best game yet in this third phase.
Okay, it feels like a lot of these teams, however, in the last stage have been having some of these best games yet. I mean, Unicorns of Love in the first game we've seen today and the second one as well. Both pretty solid performances. Gladiators showing up here. It feels like teams are stepping up to the plate, and that's exactly what we're looking for. But we're looking at Dark Project as well. It's a similar story from what we've seen yesterday when they got the chicken dinner, using the util to just kind of let the other teams just battle it out, and they join them whenever they feel like there is enough for the taking.
It's just about blocking that visibility and just picking your fights, which is what they've been able to do. And I love it. These ridge lines, I'm surprised that Gladiators or SHOCKWAVE didn't take them earlier. I think that allowing them the side of Dark Project to take so much control on the West was the kind of like setting up the downfall for a lot of these teams. But you know what? It's good to see a good W coming away of Dark Project. And as you said, so many teams, we didn't see much of in the past, have stepped up significantly in this third phase now. And Dark Project is one of those teams, as we see, picking himself 12 elims on this game and just under 2.5k damage, which on Miramar, not that easy to do, but they pretty much eliminated 3 entire squads, so they're looking fantastic. And also have to bring up SHOCKWAVE, that have been a little bit silent this tournament, did get himself a decent push up onto KASIK team, so maybe the end of that kind of like dry spell they've been going through.
Maybe. Maybe not, but looking at the dry spell from SHOCKWAVE specifically and where it's gotten them so far on stage 3, we can have a look at the overalls ranking and see which teams have had the most success in the last 2 days. Dark Project on top this time around. The board just keeps shuffling. I know we're very early stages. There is 4 more playdays and 2 more maps today, so these are going to be impacted quite heavily over the course, but it's a good start, Max, and it's a good start from teams that are yet to have a good start here.
You would have showed me this before phase 3 even began, I'd be like, what?
I would say cap.
This is, yeah, big cap, right? It's actress, you liar, get out of here. I'm not too sure what's happening over here, but if these teams can just remain on this first page, I'll be absolutely stoked to see some new competition for those top teams heading into the finals. As you slide down, I feel bad, Janiro. I don't want to go into the finals and have to face Kalaris and tell him, Kalaris, is MUERTE a 14th, 15th, or even maybe 16th place team? Because it's going to crush his heart. It's going to crush his heart, and I don't want to do that, but it's getting to the point where we might have to ask him the very heavy question, and I don't want to do it.
You got to do what you got to do. And if that is asking Kalaris if it's a 14th place team, I mean, you know, maybe he's watching. So Kalaris, if you're watching, let us know. Is MUERTE a 14th place team? I would love to hear your thoughts and opinions about that. But, I mean, without further ado, we have 2 more maps. First of all, thank you, Monster, for making sure that we're able to push through all 5 of these maps. And we're going to be heading on to our second Sanhok of today with Blank and John. John and Blank, I mean, you guys know the deal.
It is indeed us, John and Blank. That's what I've heard anyway. It's what I've been told about our own personal existences. We are going to be getting into, I don't know where I was going with that. We're going to be getting into Sanhok, Blank. What your favorite map? I think it's safe to say at this point. You absolutely love it. It is the best thing.
It is the best thing that's ever happened to me is Sanhok. It's so good, so happy, so fun overall watching these teams try to duke it out here. But we're getting a lot more of these interesting little rotations and interesting little tidbits about this map in terms of our lobby, who are still struggling to find some certain rotations, some things to get done on this map. I don't think Gladiators will be here today, so we won't be able to see them on that Northwest Island this time around. Which just opens some other opportunities here for teams towards the lower end of the lobby.
Team Doom?
Team Doom? Team Doom could be heading towards Camp Alpha, you never know, man. Major Pride not in this one, so we do have Painan open. We also have Camp Alpha open and the northwest side of the island. I think we also are missing... I can't remember what the other team at the top we were missing out right now, but yeah, Painan is a really strong position in terms of rotations up that side. Game Lord moving into this game, so they're going to be holding this side of Paris Resort once again on that wide split, hoping to not get taken down early. And you can see right now they're actually not trying to push much further than this position right now, which is good because a lot of times they are getting caught out around this area, around that area. This is a sad face now, which is exactly how Game Lord do feel. With a real long nose, that's right. So I think for Game Lord, this is certainly something that they can start to figure out how they want to play this even better. And right now, I do like this split. Gives them a lot of opportunity, keeps them fairly covered off from these teams. Another team not playing is Unicorns of Love, who have been getting very far towards the end of a lot of these Sanhoks. Not quite picking up the chicken dinner as of yet, but still, good stuff.
KONINA Power not in the mix either, but they're a little bit further down the tables. Haven't had as much of an impact this week. Circle shifts over to the mainland, north side. It's going to be Game Lord centric.
Yes, still a lot of our best teams on Sanhok actually not playing. So Unicorns of Love right now, KONINA Power, Major Pride, and Gladiators not the best on Sanhok, but they're not filling up the western side of the map, which means that Single can actually head over towards this Confluence compound nice and early and not feel too worried about going for something like that.
I'm looking a little bit at Dark Project, and we were talking before about how can Avalanche assuage the threat of Dark Project over towards Camp Bravo, but Dark Project have actually moved a little bit further west over towards Barn and poking out a little bit towards Paradise Resort, not setting foot in there, as very few teams are doing now after having a massive conflict going on there for a couple of weeks, so no one really opting for that spot. And Dark Project, they moved away from Avalanche, so they're not as worried about taking care of the threat from the east.
Not as worried at all. I think for Dark Project, sending away from Avalanche this early on is not the worst idea for them, considering they did make that play the first time around. Avalanche is going to be completely scared. And it's quite amusing seeing exactly what happens here, because I think on the last Sanhok I said that Avalanche need to just immediately push further north up towards Camp Bravo and really set their eyes upon the players from Dark Project in that area and cut them off, because they do play split at the beginning between this team. So they go for exactly that, but Dark Project's not even here. So a nice little fade away, fake out out coming through from Dark Project, keeping Avalanche on their toes each and every game.
Dark Project have got the West Barn Hill as well, so they have control over those rotations from the east. They will look down towards Game Lord on the Junction compound as well. Very central into this next circle. They can post up for a while. I question a little bit how much loot they've managed to get on board and how much supply they will be able to utilize. So we'll have to wait and see how far they can go before needing to get a resupply. If Dagestan push in from the east, they might be able to find one delivered to their doorstep from Lakawi.
Maybe, John. In the meantime, though, Sly Europe, spot player from VIRTUS.PRO, immediately Reflect has to dip out. He is a solo player at the moment, kind of just holding on to this position for Sly Europe so they can rotate and regroup with him. VIRTUS.PRO, I think, know of this and now pushing a little bit further in. But getting that initial burst of damage over towards VIRTUS.PRO does send them back, reeling slightly from Reflect's quick 1-2 punch. And the rest of Sly Europe should start making their way up soon from Docks and Cave.
MADBULLS yet to make their rotation from Ruins. Again, we spoke about it quite a lot. Likely they'll move south of the river. Although, to be fair, on circles that have shifted north, they do sometimes go on the bridge north of Painan, but they have been cut down a couple of times by Major Pride. Not in this game, so maybe we'll see that here. Or VIRTUS.PRO, but they're a little bit further east. So we'll see where the MADBULLS opt to go. MUERTE still, as you say, split on that south side. Sami, Camp Charlie, Bantai.
MUERTE, again, they're so far out of the way on the map and they take so long to rotate here on Sanhok that it's starting to become a bit of a detriment for them. Paris Resort currently claimed by ARR, and Game Lord have moved slightly further up towards that northern side, regrouping just underneath. It's a good position to play from. You have to be careful of the team coming out from Paris Resort, but I'm assuming the Game Lord is very ready for that sort of thing. I think driving around is maybe a mishap, does give away your position quite a lot to AR, who are most likely now aware there's a team waiting for them down on that south side. Avalanche also moving through. Not quite too close towards Dark Project, who are looking more over towards Dagestan. As you can see here, on the other side of the valley, looking across towards Dark Project, Barn in betwixt the both of them.
Dagestan seems to be worried about the southeast side. I mean, KASIK team and Kampong have yet to push up, so Keep is just keeping an eye out. All right, there you go. That's a freebie for that southeast rotation. We'll see when that comes in, and if it does, well, when it does, which direction they opt to go. If they hug close to Quarry, could be a little bit easier. Sly Europe, they pushed back down south after their initial scuffle with VIRTUS.PRO. They even have two players all the way back towards Docks.
Yeah, I mean, this is their original starting point, right? They start with one player in Cave, two players down towards Docks. Reflect plays up towards Quarry on that eastern edge, tries to give them a bit of a landing post to jump on towards. So for Sly Europe, it has worked out quite well for them. Should all be nice and looted up. Reflect getting that initial little bit of damage over VIRTUS.PRO. Keeps them at bay, and it means that he stays alive, which is really important for them. We've seen Sly Europe get a lot of good wins here on Sanhok, and it's been a little bit of a while since we've seen them pick up a really good endgame finish. So I'd like to see a little bit more from that on Sly Europe, as I do think they're still on the rise, and we can eke a little bit more performance out of them. I'm not sure I'm going to do that, but I'll have to give them a pep talk or something, I don't know. Shockwave moves across on that northwest bridge.
I mean, Sly Europe, they had that chicken dinner earlier, right, on Erangel in the open field, where KASIK drawn a little bit short. So, I mean, they, as you say, they have been always sort of right on the edge of that conversation, and sometimes able to break through. Little ray of sunshine, so hopefully that comes to bear as they rematch against KASIK team, potentially on that southeast side. Next circle will come through.
Towards the north as well, so AR quite happy with this one once again. Need to take advantage of this position, though. A lot of high ground available from Paris Resort. Watching down towards a lot of teams on the outside edges. AR weren't able to really translate that on their last match there on Miramar, and a very strong compound up towards that eastern side. Unwilling to move, and I think that's something that they cannot get into their heads here, which is we have a strong compound. we're going to stay here forever because, you know, there can't be any better places. And sometimes out in the open on Sanhok is the better position, just on that hard cover with the rocks and all the trees available around here. You can be a little bit of a hidden viper in the grass.
MADBULLS did opt to go for the North Painan Bridge rotation without Major Pride there to stop them. Have done so successfully. They'll head to the compounds and start to head north from there. VIRTUS.PRO trying to push in from the south towards GameLord. It is going decidedly poorly right now as Team Doom crest the ridge behind them. And that is, yeah, that's a sandwich you do not want to find yourself as the filling of. Getting munched down by teams around you. Single trying to survive out wide, but it's looking pretty desolate right now.
I think for GameLord, they took an initial knock there from VIRTUS.PRO, and Team Doom just immediately heard the engagement, sent their way in. Goldie finishes them up with a grenade there. VIRTUS.PRO going down 0 eliminations in last place, but immediately GameLord jumps in on that one. Will find Goldie as he tries to extricate himself from that position. Michelino now realizes something's up. Has to look down towards GameLord, but there's far too many leaves in the way.
Yeah, not going to be able to get the sightlines. Zeus still in Painan for the rest of Team Doom, so they are playing as 2 on that position. Now the MADBULLS are here to play. It's a little bit topsy-turvy. Dagestan a little bit further across the way. You can see them on the screen, but they are on the opposing side of the next road over. There's a valley between the MADBULLS position and Dagestan as well. GameLord holding the central compound on this junction should be very, very powerful.
It's a strong spot to play. We'll give them a lot of options going forwards, especially in rotations to higher ground, towards hard cover. It's all very good. With MADBULLS, though, moving through, we'll have looted up that loot crate out. Moves up towards the northern edge. MADBULLS looking down towards GameLord's position, over towards Excuse Me 2, who generally have some fairly decent success here on Sanhok. Really quite a central position up towards that northern side too, John, at the moment. KASIK team did make that eastern rotate over towards Camp Bravo, now in a nice spot to play from the edge side, but huge amount of compounds in this area as opposed to other places on the map. So I don't think we're going to see too many barren areas of the map towards that end game. There should be some specific positions that we can pick out as very, very strong as we head in towards those later circles.
KASIK team swinging in behind Dark Project, opening up with a knock and strongly making that call. That's what we've praised them for so far today in this phase, is making those quick decisions. But they push in and they take a knock in response on the northeast side. Avalanche are right over the other side of it, which means Dark Project can't really move as far forwards as fast as they like. Flushes are going both ways as KASIK push on up. Wait is getting res by Latte and should be up in time to fend off against KASIK and English as they push on in. Nade being cooked. They're worried about the inside of this building. Wait is now back up and into the mix. Fades away, but in the meantime, KASIK have moved around the side. 3 players alive. And even Esker is in as well. He is down towards the roadside and a little bit of an off angle, but if KASIK break out wide, it's not going to be good news. Wait gets caught by a nade, and you've got to imagine that's even numbers now, 3 and 3.
Yeah, English is doing some pretty good nades today all around. Moves through, does Kaz. Will take a lot of damage, gets at least 1 DBS pump shot off there, but immediately you do see KASIK just leaving, dipping out. I think they saw something that maybe Dark Project did not, and that is Avalanche coming in from the southwest side, taking shots up towards Dark Project. Both teams suffering off the back of that.
Sly Europe also on the southeast side suffering against Dagestan. Shifu sending out all the way behind to maybe pinch off Reflect there for Sly Europe. A very difficult push on that southeast as KASIK team still trying to keep themselves alive. KASIK has to try and get the defense in from Unicorn. English as well trying to just move and motivate the rest of this fight in their favor. KASIK still not res just yet. Unicorn back behind the shack. I think Madness just caught sight of him through the feet of the building. Now they can commit to the res. Even Esker wants the heal. Madness for a challenge against English, breaking out into the rocks. A split-off fight, 1 versus 1. English with that DBS now has 2 players to worry about, but the DBS, it's going to be brutal for even Esker to handle. Won't be able to do it. Madness isn't there for the immediate refrag, and then Didi gets shut down. Beautifully held by English. KASIK with 3.
Great shots coming through from English. Playing really, really well today for the team. To MUERTE, rezzing players, making their rotate a little bit faster this time around. Excuse me, lose a fair bit for that. But MUERTE do go down to 3 players after this res does go through. Nexus find themselves on the northwest portion of Paradise Resort. And KASIK keep going. Actually find themselves a knock down towards Avalanche now too. And you wonder if they're going to make another quick call to head down that way and try and pick the fight with them. But 3 players, it's not looking as likely as it did when they had 4.
I wonder if they know Avalanche's state right now. They're going to obviously know that there's a team down in this compound. They're in this circle, so there's no immediate rush. You do want to open up those paths for your future decisions to be made. Giving yourselves options, absolutely necessary at this stage. Game Lord still will be able to fend off MADBULLS, Dagestan. Reflect solo for Sly Europe, just healing out in the south. Can't get too much further though. Paradise Resort, a major conflict point.
Look at that shift. Moves away from Paradise Resort, forcing these teams to slide down off the rocky face towards the center of the circle. MADBULLS will edge their way in. There is a compound now available over towards that western side, and it looks like MADBULLS are going to go directly for it.
They'll get themselves in with 2 forwards. This fight needs to conclude, or certainly will be forced to occur, between the 2 teams in Paradise Resort. Milky Way from the MUERTE, able to start to pick apart, excuse me. Discrim got that nade over the top as well. Furia, now the last standing, south of Paradise Resort. If Tapok moves too far away, if ARR try and disengage, could be a little cheeky third party from the solo.
Could be. Elementrix on the top side. Still scouting out Octavian on the other side of this wall here, so Elementrix hasn't quite seen him yet.
Not for the moment. 2 nades, don't want to pull the pin, don't want to give position away. Shockwave, not really very likely you're going to be able to get through here, but potential for third parties. Spots Octavian, he hits the deck, but you're lying down out in the open. Barrel-based fish play right there for Octavian. It's unfortunate, didn't quite know it, but shut down by Aza.
Shockwave pushing through. This is all the way on that northwest side. This is a real bloodbath in Paradise Resort at the moment.
KASIK just rolling on in, but just getting immediately shut down. Nexus look like they're trying to disengage here. After their initial knock, Shockwave now their main threat. Unicorn forwards against Aces. As Nexus swing out wide, looking for Snoix, looking for Aza. Trazen behind the ridge line. Will be able to suppress this side-to-side rotation around the edge of this Paradise Resort play. Trying to move down towards the compound. Oh, it's tricky. Not going to be easy. As the nades start to pour back over towards Nexus. They're trapped out in the blue against 4 from Shockwave. In the meantime, MADBULLS still spreading out on the south with Frozen on the compound. They know no one's a threat to take it right now.
Yeah, Shockwave moved down on that northwest side. Looks good from them so far, John. MUERTE also in a strong spot towards these rocky cliff faces.
We saw, I think it was Gladiators playing from these rocks before. There is a little bit of a shot out the front of them. And they do provide cover, but as soon as you have to move away, it is pretty treacherous. And it is easy to just make those missteps.
Yeah, Doran and Keme both providing pretty big problems for these teams, and Shockwave moves further in towards Paradise Resort. Aza getting knocked in the process.
This is pretty...
Will stay alive, though.
Out in the blue zone, I mean, yeah, Doran goes down here. Keme last standing. ARR have managed to do surprisingly well, holding off against, I think it's about 4 teams now who've tried to push into Paradise Resort. Shockwave rolling on up. Keme tries to rebuff them. And Aza is looking to get res now.
Keme could hit quite a nasty little nade over towards Shockwave, moving in from that northwest edge. Terminus just scouting out, sees the smokes going down. Try and clean Keme out, who will be forced to move soon.
Double MADBULLS prediction coming through from the desk. I think that south position's good. They are going to have to swing in behind Game Lord. Shockwave moves up to Keme. The blue zone's just going to take him away. That should be him done. Nexus are out of the running. Snowix gets knocked again, so they will have to invest some time to get him back up, but this blue zone is going to push them forwards, and with ARR waiting, ready to receive on this, it's going to be very difficult to make this progression work. Avalanche also getting fought down by Elementrix.
I mean, I'm mainly going for Shockwave here because they have made a lot of mistakes from this northwest side, and I'm hoping that they've really gone for a good old chat with one another and figured out how to play this northwest side better. So if they don't win this one, that's fine. But, you know, they have my prediction because now is the time to show us what you've learned here on Sanhok, playing this northwest edge. And that was a lot of that to do with being quite indecisive on the pushes. That is a nasty nade, though. Aza gets away just in time, which is good.
MUERTE are spreading out quite nicely in the meantime on the south side, taking care of a little bit of MADBULLS. ARR, this south side of Paradise Resort is their stronghold. The cliff that they hold in front of them will be so dominant. If Shockwave can take it away from them, they might be able to turn this topsy-turvy because Avalanche and Dagestan can push in from the other side, try and third-party this.
I mean, for AR, though, they're still in the circle, technically, on this little lip watching down over. Trazen, that's a dangerous position, knows he has to dip out immediately. MUERTE moving up behind Trazen himself. He's going to need some backup distress signal now sent into the air.
Trazen absolutely taking this fight, though. Will be good for going against the one. No, he steps out too wide and Milky Way shuts it down. Shockwave lose their back spot. MUERTE can try and sideswipe here. Malloy does go down for MUERTE, so that will leave them as two. Discro and Milky Way already far forwards and into the next circle can hold this side of the ridge. Shockwave try and disengage down south, but it's Furia, the solo player from Excuse Me, holding central, has to give his position away, and ARR will know about it now, but he stays alive for a little bit longer, just a touch more.
An interesting play there coming through from Shockwave, I won't lie. I mean, they tried to send Trazen out towards the western edge to try and get some angles over here, but you imagine that these areas are starting to fill up now, and a Shockwave with that split, trying to find any space possible, could have maybe sent for that position towards the center of Excuse Me, but very, very well done to shunt them out in Furia. Gamelord now moving up from the south side. As for AR, still in a good position. 3 eliminations now found for Shockwave, and Aces had his angle right on Terminus there for a second. Wasn't quite sure about it, though.
Behind this wall is a little bit... You need to be super confident, right, to jump up and over, because if you vault, Terminus will just take you down if you're incorrect about it, but Aces does finally manage to find the ankle shot. The south shift is away from them, and they will have to leave the ridgeline. Gamelord can start to spread out now.
A lovely spot for Gamelord. With that shift downwards, it looked a little bit dangerous for them, but now it looks really nice. AR from that high ground position coming out from Paris Assault. This is a position that the MADBULLS team from last season of PMPL EU used to play, and it was a very strong spot. Difficult for teams to push back, especially like Shockwave, who played underneath them. Beckett now sending a nade into the edge. That's going to keep them back. The blue will tick very hard. You can see Keep starting to go low.
Very low indeed. They have to peek out here. They forced the Molotov on the angle, but ARR should just be open season hunting right now. But hang on a minute, there's a knock sent back their way. Becker does go down. Limbo Boom with a Vector. Lights up a huge portion of ARR. 3 players are down, and it's just Aces. All of a sudden, it's topsy-turvy. And MUERTE have the sideswipe. Robs is picking up these pieces as well, and all of a sudden, it all comes crashing down. ARR dismantled by a spray from the Vector, leaving Paradise Resort. Doesn't go well, and I'll tell you what, Blank, Furia is still alive for Excuse Me.
Usually making it towards his end games. 10 eliminations now found for Gamelord, mainly picking up some of the pieces left behind by other teams. MUERTE, though, now with that fast rotation at the start, might be looking for a second or a first place if they really play this game out of their minds. But right now, Gamelord is looking super hot at the moment. Now Valo shifts his way over the edge now. Malloy gets in a vehicle, sets himself a little bit further into the circle itself, and Furia just sitting tight inside the building.
That's all he can do, really. Just try and wait it on out. Akashi isolating angles against MUERTE, who are very grouped up right now. Looks like Gamelord are a little bit low on meds, probably just looking for those stims. You can see Rob's very barren in the backpack. Oh, Furious. Is that going to spread? The blue zone will certainly tag him. Steps out. This should be easy pickings for Gamelord. They take down Furia. Now it's just MUERTE.
I think MUERTE expected more players to be that way because they put a lot of emphasis towards that building instead of pushing up over towards GameLord, who now have to start spreading out just a little bit. Little to no cover here for GameLord, and rocks available for MUERTE. This does put the onus into MUERTE's hands. The question is how many nades are available, and looking at Victor, doesn't really have anything. 3 grenades here for Discrim. This is big.
Oh, that nade looks good for Narvalo. Finds Robs instead, actually. Was a little bit shorter than I thought it would be. That's a great opening for their potential push. They're less central, and a second knock onto Victor. What is going on? MUERTE just bombarding this one out, and onto Kashi as well. Narvalo now in a 1 versus 3. A DBS is good, but is it good enough? We'll be able to find it. No, and MUERTE come back swinging. GameLord had it all in their hand, and it slips away. MUERTE sneak it back.
Yeah, really, really difficult game for GameLord to play out the end there, even when they get the shift down that way. Because MUERTE is playing on that western edge, there is just so much more cover on that side, which is the important detail, right? And GameLord's been fighting for a long, long time on that south side. No nades left available. And honestly, that game hinged upon a Kashi's nade. He had 1 nade left, and because MUERTE was also grouped up, even if he'd clipped just the side of them, got a bit of damage, they'd have had information, in which case they'd been able to split out 2 and 2 either side and maybe get a pinch. And I think as soon as those nades started coming through from MUERTE after they got to the rocks, which was a really big key component of that, yeah, for GameLord it's going to be tough from there on out.
Difficult final circle, not quite able to finish towards the end, but a lot of points found, and I wouldn't be too surprised if they still top the tables on their points earnings this game. But good news for MUERTE. They're back in. They're here. They're still playing. I mean, there might be a 14th place team, but they might have just jumped up a little bit more. We'll have to wait for the desk to tell us what's what on the overalls.
Thanks, John. I don't think they're a 14th place team anymore. We're going to have a look at that in a bit. But hi, guys. Welcome back. I'm Jeannie, and Max is on the desk as well. MUERTE, I mean, we've been kind of saying stage 2, stage 3, a little lackluster, but it's the first chicken dinner in a while, and that could be the catalyst to even more.
And I thought that was a really strong performance on them, playing on the western side. They had these like little splits that I liked, and they saw the MADBULLS GameLord were a little bit too close, so they used a moment where they were like taking shots at one another to actually rotate a little bit further north to win a little bit of extra high ground elevation to play from. So yeah, MUERTE, love how they rotated around this game. 19 points on this one, and we said it phase 2, phase 3. Not looking like the MUERTE we had in phase 1 that was just dominating with Discrim and Malloy, but Malloy had like such a great resurgence there with those nades. Fantastic, because that was not an easy 3v4. That they were downhill up against 4 players of GameLord, but those nades were Kobe after Kobe after Kobe and just allow them to turn that fight on its head.
Yeah, MADBULLS getting 2 points in terms of elims, 1 on placement, so a little bit slower start for them. And when you're looking towards the bottom of the table, Nexus Game and Dark Project, they've had a really good performance today, but I guess this one specific iteration of Miramar was just not it for them. But that's all right, because, you know, we still have one more map, and that's going to be Erangel. But before we head into that, let's have a look at the best team stats. The head-to-head of the two giants that just went up against each other. MUERTE the ones to be coming out on top, but when we're looking at GameLord, in terms of their elims and their assist max, they were leading the scoreboard.
I'm just happy I won't have to potentially say to Kalaris that MUERTE our 14th place team. That's great. But yeah, GameLord also a team that we were expecting a little bit more from them after how they popped off at the end of phase 2, especially Robs in particular. But here, I mean, I feel like they learned a little bit from their mistakes of the previous game on Miramar, which is do not allow teams to like take full control. Here, of course, the nades from Malloy were just a little bit too good to go up against, but they didn't allow MADBULLS to go for this split. They didn't give too much room at the end to MUERTE. And I feel like they've been able to like just improve right off the bat from that previous game where they were not able to get that chicken dinner. So that's 2 podium finishes back-to-back from GameLord. So that's definitely way closer to their performances of phase 2. And I hope that they can just keep up these kind of results, because an 11-pointer here on Sanhok, that is a strong amount of points coming your way.
Absolutely. I mean, even looking at the damage dealt by MUERTE, and look at it, the difference, 5 points. That's pretty close, especially for a Sanhok game. I think that's something that we haven't seen in a very long time. You mean you got your Dagestans up there as your excuse me, more in general the theme of the little bit less damage when we're looking at Sanhok, but that's okay, because that's why we really love that map, don't we, Max?
Yeah, it's a great battleground. It's great fun. But if there's one team I want to talk about actually this game that we don't talk about too much, Janiro, it is going to be Avalanche. that I would, and I think you were also like kind of thinking like maybe we would predict Avalanche because they got a good entry point. They can play that little hilltop south of Paradise Resort and gatekeep teams such as Shockwave, Nexus Gaming, and also AR Esports. There was a lot of potential there. Thing is, with Avalanche, it feels like they're falling asleep sometimes and they just forget to rotate, if I might say. So yeah, they were in a really strong trifecta. They could have done the KONINA power play where they got their previous chicken dinner on Sanhok, but they just stayed idle out in the blue at some point and just didn't do much with it. So yeah, when you're in positions like that, you can be a proactive part of that late game. You can be part of the teams that can negate all of those fights happening in Paradise Resort and stop any teams leaving that compound. So I wanted to see more from Avalanche here, but what I saw this game from them really goes to show to me that they're not trying anything. Unfortunately, it might be a bit brutal, but from what we saw phase after phase and now here in this game, I feel like the potential was there, but they just didn't take the opportunity. So I don't expect anything anymore.
Okay, well, I mean, that's a fair point to make, but it also does kind of highlight the fact that potentially just comfortable in the position that they're currently sitting in. They're happy to just work with what they have. They're not looking to improvise or push their boundaries, which when we're looking at other teams have been doing that very successfully, especially halfway towards stage 2, coming into stage 3. Some of these teams that have been showing up are just not the teams that we expected, especially considering how stage 1 went and how heavily dominant it was by the MUERTE and MADBULLS. Both of these teams, I mean, the MUERTE here getting that chicken dinner, MADBULLS also staying a little bit more consistent. And when we're looking at the match report, I mean, Malloy, I feel like Malloy is always going to be on there when the MUERTE does get that chicken dinner.
I feel like even when MUERTE was not doing well, Malloy would still get some points in. So like when you're looking at MUERTE, Malloy, you can say he is in fact him. He is him. Like Malloy, that's him. What was.
Yes.
He's him. But he's been able to get himself some good performances solo, and when you have the team alive at the end, well, surprise, surprise, it's a lot easier to actually secure those chicken dinners. So I'm happy to see that coming out from Malloy, and hopefully you can see a little bit more of this scrim that's been a little bit lackluster as of recent days. But as a whole, happy with the teams that we've been able to see step up this third phase, and it's interesting to see if this is going to be transferring over to the finals, Jiniro, because when you're looking at this, you might be thinking, well, the teams at the top, no, maybe they just want to try things out before heading into the finals because their spot is pretty much 100% secured. Yeah. So the teams at the bottom now have an opportunity maybe to try something new also, but this is maybe not exactly how the finals are going to go down. So just keep your expectations low right now because the finals, things might be completely different as we head there.
Yeah, we've seen it from stage to stage. Every single stage is a different team that kind of crawls to the top. And if you have those points secured already, you might be sitting comfortable. But you know what's also really pretty that we've been saying? It's the new skins, Max.
I agree. Those skins are pretty sick. They're pretty cool. Mm. Yes.
Oops.
Not working out today, though.
Yeah,
we're taking an L today. I don't
want to talk about it. That's fine. We're going to have to talk about it at some point, but for now, we're just going to ignore it because we're going to be talking about the overall rankings instead. Dark Project climbing the ladder pretty comfortably, and the shuffles that we're continuously seeing as each game goes by is interesting to say the least.
I only have one thing to say about that. Dark Project on 69 points. That's very nice.
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 Then why don't for a 6-star? But when you're looking at first place and third place already, there is quite the gap when we're looking at 11 points difference. Sure, it means a chicken dinner and potentially a couple of elim points, but realistically, we've only seen a couple of games where teams have been able to get more than, say, 5 elims per chicken dinner. So it's an interesting one to keep an eye out for. But again, it's the same statistic, Max, where if you get that one chicken dinner, you get that one great placement points, one good game, and it can genuinely make the difference between jumping from 4th, 5th, all the way to the top. Yeah. But when we're looking at the bottom, my heart.
It's a bit rough for some of these teams. I mean, KONINA Power, I don't know what's happened. We were talking about them, hyping them up going into phase 3, and not much has really come from it. SHOCKWAVE has not been able to reiterate their success from the previous 2 phases. So, yeah, as I said, maybe these are like serving as glorified scrims for some of these teams. Maybe SHOCKWAVE want to try something a little bit different, which it seems like they're trying to really hug the edge of the circle a lot of this time. So maybe they would just want to try something a little bit different out there. And VIRTUS.PRO Avalanche, I mean, VIRTUS.PRO Avalanche, my hopes of them making it in the finals are pretty much dwindled into like nothingness right now. But VIRTUS.PRO still have a chance to make it, but we haven't seen anything from them so far. So if I'm looking at any team that, if they want to have like a final push to make into the finals, VIRTUS.PRO need to do something instead of just hiding in a compound. We need to see them actively try and gain control of late game terrain and try and hopefully get himself a win here and there.
Yeah, I felt like VIRTUS.PRO, especially on stage 2, the beginning of it, they had a little bit of that momentum coming their way. It felt like they struggled closing out some of these maps, but still they had a good performance, they had good elims, and now we're heading into stage 3, and it's not really their stage, to say the least, which does, again, feed into the point of, are they going to be there for the finals? Are they going to be able to get that cutoff point? Because as we know, on the final day of the stage, there's going to be a candy, you get those bonus points, which again are always a very nice little extra thing to add to your current tally.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely something. I'm just also loading stats on the side while I'm at it because I wanted to see which top players are currently dominating today. And I'm looking at top eliminations. Give me a second. Okay, so Striker actually from KASIK team is up there, which, no, we said Striker is a player that we wanted to look out for because KASIK team, Striker, English are 2 players. I still want to see more from English more specifically, but I don't know about you. For this 3rd phase, if there's one player that comes to mind that really stepped up significantly for a lot of these teams, it is going to be Sly Europe Mandarin. Like, he's really just been constantly getting some elims. I think today, on the stats page I have, he's got 9 elims on the day, so he's really been bringing a lot of success for the team, not only him, but Potentic too. So Sly Europe slowly has been like morphing into this team that beforehand would be really good at third-partying and getting access to these compounds and knowing how valuable positions are, but now they're actually using them hyper-aggressively in these ways and just able to secure chicken dinners, as we saw in day 1. Also today, they got himself that chicken dinner on Erangel. So I think Sly Europe has definitely improved in the aspects of the game we mentioned throughout the last 2 phases, which is we want to see them be more controlling, more aggressive, and they've definitely done that in big ways so far this phase. So I know I didn't answer your question. I went with my own topic because I was like, I want to talk about this. So there you go.
Thank you. But also, when we're looking at the aggression, that's what we've commented like on a lot of teams, and that's how a lot of teams have been able to get points. But it feels like as the stages go on, the aggression is slowly starting to dwindle from some of the teams that we've continuously pointed out as, yes, your MADBULLS, they're very happy to play up in your face. The MUERTE, same thing. They're happy to just like run right up to you and just like smack you up a little bit.
Yeah.
That's not really been the case.
Yeah, I feel like now, especially because we know pretty much which 16 teams are going into the finals, maybe teams want to try specific rotation path or drops and see how that's going to potentially pan out in the finals, because rotations, there's a very slim chance they're going to change massively from the league stage to the finals. So I think that might be what, for example, MADBULLS, as you mentioned, are trying to do. They're not focused on eliminations because they're in the finals. It's just more macro focused and see what different strategies can they bring to the battlegrounds once they head there.
Well, the lobby has been remade, so thank you for your patience. We're going to be heading straight into the final map of the day. It's going to be Erangel with John and Blank.
We are indeed. One more match for the day, Blank. It always seems to go quite quickly on these double Sanhok days. I mean, yeah, we're having a great time with it. We got one more Erangel as a little treat at the end, just a treat.
Oh yeah, 100%. A nice little usual map type of say. But we're heading over towards Erangel to end things off, start things off. Goodness me, it has been a long day for me at least. But yeah, heading over towards Erangel to finish things off here. We do not have 3 teams playing with us, and that will be NEXUS, SHOCKWAVE, and Team Doom. Slightly inconsequential for us on this map, but we've got a lot of our big boys in this match. Dark Project currently #1, 69 points currently. Game Mod underneath them was 61, and Sly Europe just tailing at 58 points in 3rd place. So they've done a really good job today to keep things going. I think Sly Europe's had some rough games, but has still remained fairly far up towards the top side. That's not to say Major Bride haven't been also taken out the mix. They're currently just 1 point behind Sly Europe with 57 points, but I think that they would like to change that by the end of the day. One thing that I would like to see, though, is a more confident Gladiators. So far, some of their team fights have not been going the way that we expect them to. Their Miramar, which used to be one of the maps that they absolutely dominated on, feels like it's crumbling just a little bit around them as well. So here at Erangel, North George start is where I'd like to see them go for.
I'm kind of also waiting for the MADBULLS to show up right now. Blank. Are the MADBULLS a 13th place team? I don't think so. They are absolutely one of the dominant forces in this lobby, or certainly should be, along with Major Pride, who have had a little bit more success this phase. So for me, like you said, it's Gladiators, who we want more confidence for. I think I also want to see more discipline from the MADBULLS and more of that confidence there as well, because it has been lacking so far this phase.
Yeah, I think there's a few teams that we're just a little bit confused about. It's nice to see MUERTE get a win on board, and that was quite a simple change they had to make, was just a bit more of a quick rotation over towards that central side and then play things out slightly safer. Not taking as many fights, capitalizing on some of those third parties, which certainly came through very nicely for them. So I would like to see a bit more of that in future. Looking at the map though, right now, this playing path heading down over towards that western side. We said that we want to see Gladiators head over towards the North George start. It's a good position to play from. Waiting for the next circle, could head over towards that eastern side, which opens things up a bit for any team that wants to play over there. Considering we have such a western circle, it's going to be hard to get onto that area of the map. But this does encompass Sosnovka. Not as much as you would imagine, so this does sort of put us in this position of that semicircle just on that north side with Farm, Mill to Shelter, Pachinki, Potato Hill. This is sort of where I'm expecting the circle to finish here. So teams like MADBULLS have a great start in Rozhok.
Absolutely. At this point, it can finish on Military Island. And the question for, I guess, the teams like MUERTE, like VIRTUS.PRO, is do you go to Military Island first with the potential that, you know, maybe 30% of the time, right, it finishes on that military base and you're going to have one of the strongest spots? Is that higher point value overall than going for a spot in the middle and having to compete with far more teams jostling for these areas?
Well, that you perfectly hit the nail on the head there, John, because you want to go for the northern side first, realistically, because you don't want to be jostling with all these teams for those positions in compounds. You want to be able to pick up a nice position in a compound earlier on. If you do get that shift down towards Sosnovka, there's a vast multitude of areas to play at that point in the game. So, heading down towards Sosnovka is one of those last-minute things, unless you're a team that drops in Sosnovka in the first place, because you want to guarantee one of those yellows, a coastal side position, potentially one of the compounds over towards Milta side, because there really isn't a lot down here over towards the coast. And I think that's why you want to be able to pick yourself up one of those really high priority spots. I mean, there's that compound that's underneath Potato Hill, which is sat right into a nice slope, which is great sight lines over towards the eastern side of the map and also keeps you very defensible from the western edge. So all these compounds should be taken up nice and early by these teams, unless, like we said, you are a team that likes to play down towards Sosnovka in the first place.
KASIK spiking out from the south of Pachinki towards Avalanche. PNL already down to Tati, took a lick or two, but standing for the time being. South point of Pachinki, a little bit more dangerous than maybe they thought it would be. Unicorn is giving it with the UMP. We'll be able to land the shots over towards Tati. Nicely found. The smoke behind the tree, not really going to be any cover from this point onwards. Just more bullets being sent down range into Tati, flushed away. So Avalanche down at 2 now. KASIK have a little bit more of a safer south flank.
Yeah, KASIK team's had a seriously cold day today, pretty disastrous overall. We see them falling right at the first hurdle pretty much every single game so far, which is slightly unfortunate to see, considering they're able to get themselves some chicken dinners, and we're like, maybe this is Avalanche, you know, becoming one of the regulars inside the lobby, but it was not meant to be. Still, some points on board is better than none points on board, but I think for Avalanche, they'll have to pick up the pace tomorrow in Phase 3. And see PNL there just trying to run away. Again, this is just macro at the end of the day, where you're dropping, who you're going to be dropping with, who's in this area. It might also just be luck that you kind of get ruined by two teams trying to go for the same position in this early game, especially with such a western playing path.
KASIK team, we've praised them today for making fast decisions on aggression. And it seems like they want to capitalize on that once more, pushing into the compounds and playing up close with Avalanche. Alicio and CJ, the two players remaining from Avalanche in a 2 versus 4. It is dangerous here for KASIK team. Unicorn sending away, wanting an off angle into the building. KASIK waiting to cross. But feeling better of it. So that aggression assuaged until Unicorn can get a better sightline. You can see him swinging around on the south edge. No teams are nearby, so third parties will take a long time to come through. KASIK catches CJ on the run out. Unicorn rolls straight on up and into the ground floor. A nice 1-2 punch should seal the deal, but Unicorn has to go for a trade instead. Alicio steps out. KASIK now needs to hold it down around the edge. Alicio needs to have more of an impact now. Catches Striker. Doesn't get the knock though, and that might be one misstep too many for Avalanche. And Alicio goes for round 2. Doesn't take any damage either. Striker, this is dangerous for KASIK team, goes down, but Ingush finally wipes the brow of the sweat from KASIK team. 2 players down and Avalanche falls, but that was a little bit too close to call.
Yeah, a bit like a dog chew toy, that one. Quite squeaky, if I'm honest. I did not enjoy that one whatsoever. I think Alicio shouldn't have got away with as much that he did. Luckily, KASIK now pretty much confirmed themselves about a kilometre of free space around them. So things will be quite quiet in their direction for some time, other than the occasional crickets. Over towards that western edge is a little bit more densely packed with AR in Gatka, Dark Project down towards Primorsk, and KONINA Power rotating through that fielded area. Again, a lot of teams will have to make some serious decisions for themselves up towards that northwestern edge with Gladiators, Excuse Me, in Hospital, KONINA Power in the field to the south, and Unicorns Love in Zaki. They'll all have to rotate around one another. Luckily, there is a few rotational paths for them. I imagine that Excuse Me and KONINA Power are going to take the same route down towards that south side. Gladiators can go pick up Box Compound, Scout, rotate from there in towards Rozok, which is currently free. So I think for Unicorns of Love, they're also going to do something similar to that, which splits 4 teams into 2, which gives them a bit more room to play with in that end game. In the meantime, though, the teams that are firmly towards the centre, Major Pride, MADBULLS, Sly Europe, all looking quite good to pick up some really strong positions in this early game with little to no contest.
Dagestan playing Apartments and School on the split. North side is good. 3 players over towards the Apartments, just the outpost of Shifu, who's been quite a big force for them today. We saw how efficacious he was over in Pachinki in the first Erangel that we had today. Hopefully they'll have a repeat performance from him and everyone else can step up around him for Dagestan. Zerich finds the ridge side on this road wedge compound. The ridge lines providing excellent cover to the west, to the east. From the north, it's very exposed, and Game Lord could potentially find that, but if the MADBULLS can entrench for a little bit, find an opening, and move into Sly Europe's territory, then it's a very good starting point.
Sly Europe, like you said, in the east towards Shelter, fairly open ground, but gives them a lot of space to work with. A lot of information too. MADBULLS dropping up on the roadside compound on that northern edge, you can see. Game Lord also moving down from Yasnaya, who has slowly been picking up the pace today. 2 podium finishes so far. 1 over towards Miramar, and also 1 on Sanhok, so good stuff from them. Hopefully they can finish off the day with a nice chicken dinner. Horrible circle, by the way, down towards the southeast. And MUERTE, as well as VIRTUS.PRO, I think, still stuck in combat towards a Nova Neuer. And that is most likely going to be a cage match that will continue for some while, but so much space now, really limited by this circle.
You're looking at about 50% playable terrain on a circle like this. A lot of land on the south coast, sure, but you're most likely going to be seeing the finish go up north. Happy J with the Vector is good for 1 against Single. Folly further away, not there to get the flush, the M16, the flushing weapon. MADBULLS taking on Major Pride and seemingly doing very, very well for it in a very important position on the compound. Frozen moves out wide, gets traded, but Monkey's now the last standing, I think, for Major Pride as they fall down. Tulika and Frozen are low. They can go for these reses. I think Frozen might be on the outside of the wall. Can KASIK team make those fast, aggressive decisions that we've talked about?
Luckily, that wall is so good for them, and KASIK team will have to fully encompass themselves over towards that compound if they want to challenge versus that. But MADBULLS versus Major Pride, a couple of teams that have done so well throughout the entirety of this tournament. Finally, we see them go head-to-head, and that is a real weird testament that we're seeing there from MADBULLS being able to come out on top versus Major Pride. Not something that we would expect with the track record of Major Pride recently, but also a very good sign of things to change for MADBULLS.
Holding with 4 into a pivotal compound. Dagestan backed off a little bit to the northeast side. Gladiators starting to cinch in on the north. Likely that they'll have a good spot in open ground. VIRTUS.PRO continue their scrap with the MUERTE. Doesn't get forced to conclude just yet. I'm interested in this ARR rotation, but I'll go back to that as Volley moves in for a little bit more close quarters combat. The DBS in hand for both him and Milky Way. Nade being cooked, pops it out the window. Get that bird out of the way. You got a battle to be getting on with. Doesn't take too much damage. The MUERTE staying alive.
It's a MUERTE losing Milky Way, but so far the fight seems to be very much in their favor with just Volley now left remaining. That nade could be pretty disastrous for them. That's a nicely placed one over towards purple. I think just one last player. Milky Way not getting knocked and flushed either is really nice for them. They are actually making a heavy rotate from Gatka down towards Sosnovka itself. You can see that on the top right of your screen, moving across over towards that loot crate, on towards Novorepnoye. An interesting decision. I guess they were a bit worried about getting caught out on that western edge, being one of the last players, last teams at least, to move that way.
Circle cinches in towards KONINA Power Central areas. Still got that MADBULLS compound in as well. Gladiators on the north side. It was the Unicorns of Love who took them down on the last Erangel with that wide south shift rotate to come in and backstab them. This time around, they'll face off against GameLord, and GameLord far more prepared. Beast forced into the shelter, along with SHOCKWAVE. 2 players left for the Unicorns. Gladiators tried to move out to third party this, but GameLord have already concluded it, so wouldn't be too wise to step too much further. Give away the position on the north side of the next circle.
You know, I think Gladiator's problem might be a little bit more deep than we expected, because just looking at the way they play, I think that their play style is really... It's quite influenced by the regions that you used to play in before, which was very typical to play 2-2 split, but specifically a 2-2 edge split, which is 2 players within the zone, 2 players out in the blue. And they do this quite frequently, and I think they're so used to playing in these 2 squad units now in this lobby, where it's much more focused around having teams all clumped up as this death ball rolling through. It's actually working against Gladiators, who are trying to play more of the smart game, but at the end of the day, just getting run over by 4-man squads. I think this might just be a case of Gladiators having to change tack, but we haven't seen them not do this before, where they've played edge and then having to go move over towards more central play style with PMGC. So I think this is very, 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 very much reasonable to see.
I mean, it's kind of probably still a knock-on effect of the change of the points system, right? That we're seeing this tournament, this phase, this year, moving those points much more into elimination points. That has made teams much more willing to send around as a full force squad and go for these fights. So, I mean, that's, as you said, kind of what we're seeing. So potentially Gladiators the slowest to adapt of the heavy-hitting teams.
Yeah, and I mean, it's almost unfortunate because you don't want to, I don't want to say they have to adapt, because I think their current playstyle is very good, and to throw a lot of that knowledge and experience away in favor of something that doesn't work for you, maybe they just need to figure out a way to go against this lobby with this certain playstyle that works for them. You know, at the end of the day, it's more about them as a whole than it is about anyone else. Dark Project also go for this. I think their splits are a little bit more greedy, but their players are vicious when it comes to close quarters combat, and I think that is what's really propping them up a lot of times. But right now you can see this 2-2 split across that top side with Kitsune and Tixi, Matic and Meku. Very classic maneuver from Gladiators, and they hold a whole chunk of space on this north side. Next circle to come in, MUERTE starts to swim across towards that beachhead. I don't think that's going to work out too well for them, and the circle centers up over towards MADBULLS and that really strong combat they've been playing for a long while.
Yeah, they managed to wrest control of that from Major Pride, so not an easy feat, but they did manage to keep it together. And the KASIK pause for thought. They didn't commit to going for that push, and probably rightly so. They weren't super aware of the ground. Has allowed MADBULLS to stabilize, and that is a brilliant position for them. Although KASIK, to be fair, in a pretty solid spot to hold right now, unlikely that they'll have too much to worry about as long as they spot MUERTE coming out from the water.
Yeah, shark fin's a really good spot, especially when the circle starts moving down your way, because for anyone else, you're stuck on the beachhead, right? But for them, they have even more ground to push out behind them, and if they can clear out that space, it's happy days. What they're not quite realizing is happening at the moment is that there are some sharks looking to evolve some legs and move onto ground into MUERTE, who's swimming up right behind them on that side. So they're looking more off towards the north and not expecting this submarine emergence from behind them. So I'm quite interested to see how that will play out in the meantime. But again, back on board with Gladiators, moving down from that north side. Kitsune, Tixi up front. Matic and Meku over in the blue at the moment, looking outwards.
It's working out for now, but how much longer? KONINA power directly to their south, under the purview, that south point. Even Esker for Dark Project scouting out wide on the west side. ARR looking for a way in. Kashi goes down to Elementrix, just getting rolled on over Victor. Rob's both just trying to hide on out, but Rob's now against Elementrix. Just a little bit too spotted there. And now just Victor, who's sent in earlier. And ARR open themselves a little bit of a crack in the door on the eastern side, but Victor still has their bead. And they do need to be careful. The building here for Kitsune on the roof. It's good to look over towards KONINA power, but it's not a dominant high ground position by any stretch.
No, I think just watching for a mistake or a push out coming through from those guys. It looks like KASIK were ready and waiting for this one, but not before they took a lot of damage in the process. Kaz with a nade, but already Happy J's through in towards the window. That nade could be very much bad for them, and now just Happy J, last member alive.
He's on the upstairs, though, and that staircase is notoriously difficult.
Hayes, hello.
Crawls out from the water himself. This is the remnants of the fight from MUERTE and VIRTUS.PRO over in Novo. And at the moment, Happy J, the last survivor, but of Hayes similarly positioned, and KASIK team, the shark fin is good, but they held out against MUERTE and forgot that there could still be more teams coming through. Happy J with a Vector, needs to get the reload, swaps out for the M4 instead, not able to thread the bullets through, gets back behind the crate. Of Hayes doesn't have an angle to slow it down, and now English and KASIK left wondering what the hell just happened. KASIK finally gets the shot, but Of Hayes is still there. Now with one player left to deal with, Of Hayes might be able to spot it, has to get back behind the headland of the beach. Level 3 helmet, so he can peek these out and maybe get something done.
Hello? Just doing some fancy footwork there, leaving some kind of imprint on the sand. Now jumps in the water, swims a little bit further out, but he was seriously quite a problem. Comes out from the water, pulls out the rebreather. Oh. Silence pistol in hand. Madness, though.
Going down to the drop shot from Beck around the edge there. Wants to do a little bit more. Level 3 helmet of his own. Even Esker pushes out a 2-2 split from Dark Project. Even Esker needs to hold this one down. No regroup just yet, but they are trying to send out to get this backup done. Excuse me, falling by the wayside under the withering gaze of Even Esker. But finally, Black steps back and moves in to push the shot. Furia in for backup as well. Even Esker down. Only one player now in location for this 2-2 split from Dark Project. We spoke about the greed that this entails. Black down low against weight, shuts it down. Dark Project suffer for their hubris.
Black, an unreal player from the side of, excuse me, very good with that DBS. Quite amusing to me as well, man, because I think Zerich is getting some horrible flashbacks to PMGC. Their final game to qualify stopped at the end to this compound itself, and Zerich and the team that he was with back then did not pick it up quick enough, did not control it quick enough, and you saw how fast they saw that shooting down in towards that building, and they have just sent directly that way. I think Zerich is making the shots there, man. He's calling them.
He's sending them away into the bleachers. Nade now over the top. Last player Latte will go down. There's the nade they were looking for. Dark Project eliminated. KONINA Power now looking to guard out the west edge with excuse me there. KONINA Power on pretty wide split of their own. So Gladiators have taken heavy hitting shots. KASIK are still alive with 2 and actually still in combat with MADBULLS on that shark fin compound. It's like Europe. They have their solid compound as well out to the northeast side.
Yeah, they are practically walloping anyone that comes anywhere near them at the moment. So, you know, Sly Europe should be able to pick up a fair few elimination points for their troubles. Elementrix gets some heavy pushback from that one. First aid kit in hand. Sly Europe still going very strong on this compound. Split decision, Janeru, Maxman. Going for Sly Europe. This will decide it, you know, casters versus Deathman. This is what it's all about. We've gone for MADBULLS because we think Zerich knows what's good. But they've gone to Sly Europe because it is a strong compound, and they have been doing very well this game.
They have. They do have ARR to worry about on that east side, though. MADBULLS are going to have a lot of vehicles at their disposal for their routes out. Damage pouring over to Mandarin. Kitsune and Tixi also having sightlines over here. So Sly Europe do have to keep their heads down somewhat. Now they're surrounded by 3 teams. KONINA Power on the northwest, actually probably with a really good shot as well, as long as they can get rid of Black and Beck from, excuse me.
Kitsune, Senade over the top, down to 2. Tixi and Kitsune alive. Meku and Matic down. Suggests that that duo squad fell to someone else earlier on. Beautiful nades though from Tixi. As always, obliterates Dagestan within the ditches. Circle moves off towards the western side. KONINA Power rubbing their hands together right now. This is a good start for them.
How fast can they establish control, though? That is the big question here. They need to find good positions on this terrain because, as you can see, it's very flat, slightly undulating, so there are those little ditches and divots, but it's not the easiest to move forwards, as Sly Europe just sends straight in immediately. But they get cut down, 10 chickens a sheep a fall, and now they're down to 2. I mean, MADBULLS are just going to pick them apart from that Shark Fin compound that still lies within the circle.
Yeah, this is such a good position for this exact reason. If it ever moves off towards the western side, what you have is the fact that that little shack in the middle is what most players will go for. And so you have massive sightlines towards that one to grab the shots over. Again, big flashbacks to PMGC, 3 teams in the same position. MADBULLS let that one slip that time, and it costs them an entire big portion of prize pool there, cutting them out from the survival stage. But now, can they survive this one with the new and improved roster with Zerich on board?
It's KONINA Power's turn to get a little bit greedy. The 2-2 split to face off against a duo from Gladiators who are much more familiar with playing this two-unit style. The regroup immediately comes through from a Boladoy to try and roll straight on down, but they immediately shut it out. Now Fash is the last player in position to take this fight. Tixi goes down again immediately, but Kitsune now has the challenge and shuts Fash out as well. KONINA Power's power diminishes. Palucci now last left standing. Kitsune gets 2 flushes before the MADBULLS put an end to that. Sly Europe with 2 in the center. The MADBULLS the only full 4 squad.
Yeah, really good shot there. Everyone else crumbling around them. AR down to 4, but 1 knock on their side. Looks like MADBULLS would love to clear them out. Chulika moves up, has cleared out the majority of the threats on the north, and realistically, this is the big problem for them.
The fact that this compound is still in it allows this fight to take the time. MADBULLS have the better side of it. They probably don't want to fully press the issue, but they have corralled ARR into a difficult spot. Nade over towards Becker from Frozen. You can see Tapok is isolated in this position. They can't step up to this window. The ground floor now swelled through, but Zerich gets caught. Tapok on the roof. That is such a good spot. Zerich into the smoke. Might allow the MADBULLS to get this res. And now this position's... No!
Oh, dear!
As well. The Groza is barking strong tonight. And an aid up the top won't find any retribution. Tapok gets the flush onto Zerich. And now the MADBULLS need to be worried. The reses can come through from ARR. As Fleek down, Elementrix wants to press the issue. Tulika and Frozen are there. And they overstay their welcome. The cross was too bold. Frozen gets
my
caught.
God,
Now it's just
Tapok.
Tulika. Disaster strikes in the MADBULLS compound. They were not prepared for this.
That Groza has been disgusting. Chulika has to go absolutely hard on this one if he wants to find a way out of it. But AR, with the help of Tapok, once again, this guy is the spoiler of dreams.
I mean, it felt like MADBULLS had it all locked up, but they just weren't ready. Tapok gets that opening. Aces steps up broadside. Tulika gets 1. That's the first job done. Sprays the staircase. Suppression. Swap the weapons. Becker unleashes hell, but Tapok is there to back it up with the Groza. Sprays towards the stairs, and Tulika falls last. The shift is out. The MADBULLS go down. They didn't need to cross blank. but they fall by the wayside as ARR pull up the mantle and play as 4.
An incredible push from AR over on that eastern side. Very, very well done. The fact they're able to make that one happen is incredible. Always got to make sure that we are aware that AR is in the game, because they seriously are the spoiler of dreams. Tapok with some unreal plays from that rooftop, and I don't think MADBULLS were fully expecting it. They could have sat back over towards Water Tower, but again, that opens you up to sight lines coming through from the rest of the team. So there's a do or die scenario. They've already dealt with the north side, but it was AR who was the true threat.
They emerge victorious. Will start to execute control over the southeast side. Excuse me, not really able to get these knocks, and Beck actually backed off by Palucci there, who's still going. Agora's in at his side. But they're on a 1-1 split right now, trying to get some value. Hayes is still alive out in the water. I wonder if anybody knows about this position, because ARR weren't in this south side for a long time, and all the teams that will have felt the brunt of VIRTUS.PRO's presence will have been eliminated at this stage.
Elementrix will finish off Palucci. It's almost certainly an AR win. They've got backstops as well in Becca looking outwards. It's just a full-on brawl between, excuse me, KONINA Power, VIRTUS.PRO, as well as Sly Europe, who are hiding out on the edges, but Elementrix knows now.
They'll try and shut it down. Who will fall next is the question. KONINA Power down to just Agorazin. Excuse me with 2, but they are still on that ridgeline. Next circle, if it stays in the water, Hayes can survive for a lot longer.
Oh yeah, he can be chilling. The fact that Hayes has got this far into the game is so amusing to me. Really sneaky little plays from him. Becker does go down. Nasty spray from Beck.
Seems like the A was just a little bit too much. Elementrix out to the buggy, and Beck still has a good ridgeline to be operating from. That knock is outside this next zone, so pushing back is a huge commitment for ARR. Might be forced to play on with 3. You see, they do want to go for it. Hayes completely unknown, still out in the water. Has a little bit of cover. I think there is a blown out boat there to hide behind. We'll need to shift a little bit closer. With Becker going down, might be able to get a cheeky off angle, but as soon as he steps up, excuse me, see him.
That was a nice little play coming through from AR. They've draw down the smoke, wait for him a little bit, then he starts moving forward. Gonna have to make the crawl himself. Wasn't meant to be though. Now 3 players left alive. Hayes still in the water. That unknown element. And quickly, Sly Europe swing round towards the shack. From shack to shack these guys have been in, but Agorazin has 4 nades, and that might be deathly bad for them.
Forces them out of the shack as well, into the sightlines potentially of ARR if they're out looking that way. But excuse me, can suppress that ridgeline somewhat. A Molotov to burn them, and they need to play a little bit more fast and loose now. This is reckless, but it's necessary here. Agorazin goes down, and Sly Europe maintain control of this northern side. They're still in it with 4 teams remaining.
Sly Europe over towards AR. Reflect might be able to take shots through that shack itself, but Mandarin's on the back now. Excuse me, lose Beck on the approach. This time AR are prepared for it. A quick flick.
They want to go for this roll down. Aces spots the final player. They're going to ping it out. They're going to roll straight on over. Needs the DBS to work wonders here. Won't be able to get a knock. Tapok suppressing that ridgeline with just under the car. Finds the heal. And it will be the end of excuse me. Sly Europe survive up into the top 3. So does Hayes though. If ARR take a knock in this fight, there is potential. And I don't want to overplay it, but Hayes could maybe be a factor here. Okay.
Negative. Tapok, 9 eliminations on this game, 15 total elims for AR. Played out of their mind on that eastern edge. Hayes taking shots. Gets a good amount of damage in, but it's not enough.
ARR take down MADBULLS in what should have been a MADBULLS position, and with that power from Tapok on the high ground that they were afforded, they play from the compound. It was a victory for them, and excellently executed. I mean, you said it just at the end there. Tapok, 9 eliminations, up even further.
I will say one thing, like, Tapok not only is this clutch maestro, but you can see why he plays like that, because there was a moment where You saw that Zerich knew that he had to leave that compound, get back to the wall and back inside his warehouse. And Tapok places a nade not underneath the wall, but at the doorway of the warehouse, which blows up as Zerich goes in and knocks him. There's a lot of thought process going into this game for Tapok, and you know what? Salutes to him. He is really changing up the game in terms of like that absolute fragger, the skill. We needed a skillful player in this lobby, right, in this tournament to really big up, and there you go, we have one. Tapok.
Yeah, absolutely dominant on the high ground. ARR execute perfectly on the invasion to the south side of the Sharkfin compound, and with it, they're able to take out everybody else who steps up to the plate. They knock it out the park, and they'll be happy with a chicken dinner there.
AR are definitely happy with the chicken dinner there, and an incredible performance today from Tapok. But before we head into it, thank you, Monster, for making all of this possible, because we have now successfully covered a total of 5 maps. Let's have a look at the match ranking specifically to see how all of this had played out at the end of the day, Max, because we were just sitting here hoping that it would all go in Sly's favor.
Yeah, we had a little bit of copium happening in the
just
background.
a little
like
bit.
you just, if you were listening to our comms during the end game, you just heard like sad analyst noises the entire time. And unfortunately, it didn't quite go the way of Sly for our prediction. But ARR, like, they just put on an absolute clinic. And there's a reason why I'm telling you the underdog duo, fragging duo of this entire event is Elementrix and Tapok. Like, they have been shredding it throughout these last 2 phases now. And Tapok, I mean, as Blank said at one point, he puts a nade outside of a door and a player just comes out. I think it was Zerich, because this guy's not playing with grenades anymore. He's playing with bloody trip mines. That's what he's doing. He just sets his team up so well for success so many times on that breach. And it was not an easy breach too. It was on MADBULLS we're talking about, but Tapok on that rooftop, you couldn't do anything. He was just Zeus from the heavens, just smiting down the competition, and he got 9 elims. Like the world record for a single player is 14 elims in a single game.
Close.
He got damn close. I thought he would get another squad wipe eventually.
Yeah, that was an impressive performance from Tapok, and I think that's no surprises. I mean, highest damage, most elims, grenade elims, every single one that you can even think of. He's got it to his name.
Every trick in the book came out, and it came out from Tapok's hand. I mean, I don't know how to say it any different way, but he put on a clinic once again. He's popped off. We saw this guy just do so well with the support of his team and Elementrix more specifically. They've been looking amazing. Yeah. I want to see this level of aggressivity in the finals, because that breach was just fantastic onto MADBULLS. And if we can see this level of play from them in the finals, I would love to see ARR go in the final, in the championship, even further in the championship, because I feel like the way they rotate in some of these moments is just something amazing, and I feel like it could work out pretty good in a championship setting. So yeah, keep on going, ARR. They found something that works, and I want to see them keep pulling it off.
Yeah, stick to it, but AR was only one of the 5 total daily winners that we've seen today, because, again, 5 maps, 5 winners, 5 chicken dinners, so we're going to be starting off with Major Pride, the first ones to take it a little bit slower after that first chicken dinner from their side, but Sly, Dark Project, and MUERTE back on top again, and finishing it off with ARR.
Yeah, and we're not talking about Game Lord, but Game Lord on Game 3 and Game 4 gave himself 2 podium finishes back-to-back. So they gave himself a 3rd place and 2nd place, I believe it was, or 2 second places. So they gave themselves still a lot of placement points and eliminations off the back of that. So it seems like a little bit of life has been given back to the Game Lord squad. They were a little bit too silent as of recently. And yeah, Sly, I mean, we talked about this team quite a bit. MUERTE finally get that resurgence with that big chicken dinner. Hopefully that's going to give them a little bit of a boost heading in the next now 4 days left before we head in the finals.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, MVP for me is going to have to be Tapok, I think, as you said it yourself.
Yeah, okay.
Very underrated. So, do we have another agreement on the desk?
I mean, with 9 limbs like that?
Yeah.
I don't know how many. I don't know how many you had before. Yeah, you know what, Tap? 9 limbs, 1,000 damage in that last game. I don't know how you beat.
Yeah,
that.
how you beat that.
Let's see.
Let's see who beats that. Let's see how you beat that, if it's even possible. Oh! Elementrix, I mean, same squad expected. Both of these players as a duo, just incredible performances. 8 limbs, only 1 limb off, but still quite a good.
I loved my interview I had. This would be the perfect time to show the interview I had with ARR, where I was talking to Tapok, and he's like, at the end of the interview, quick shout out to my boy Elementrix. He's the best duo I could ever ask for. He's the best. And like, it's a real love relationship happening between those 2 guys. So yeah, the bros are going strong, and Elementrix, Tapok, don't go against them, because they'll probably make you regret fighting them, because they're just looking so strong. And it really feels like they had maybe a little bit of lack of confidence at the start of this PMPL season, but they just bloomed into the super aggressive and confident team willing to go for plays that I don't think they would have never pulled off in the first phase. So they've been able to improve, and now they're a team that can compete with the very best of Europe.
Yes. The more confidence you have, the more you're going to be playing in their face, the more aggressive, the more points you secure. So all in all, it's a great cycle. But with securing these points from ARR, that does mean that the overall standings, again, have been impacted a little bit. Because if you add everything together from Phase 1, Phase 2, and Phase 3, we're going to get the current results. And it's going to be showing as, excuse me, on top. 56 points.
Okay, I didn't...
The overall rank? I don't know how that happened.
Wait a minute. I don't. Okay. Is this correct?
We're getting this is production making sure that you and me are paying attention. They're testing us, Max, and we passed the test. How does it feel?
Yes, okay, we're Giga Chads out here. We knew something was not going right. But yeah, Major Pride almost hitting that 500 point bar, and they got 9 chicken dinners. I can tell you, Ginny, last season we had an extra $1,000 per chicken dinner. If we still had that rule set, they would have made $9,000 from that alone, okay? They would have made absolute bank. Unfortunately, it's not the case anymore, but they're still going to make bank if they make it into the finals. But Major Pride, MADBULLS, Gladiators still at the top. But Game Lord, good to see they had a little bit of extra life thrown their way today with those 2 podium finishes, because that allows them to actually tie up with Gladiators, which is a pretty big achievement. So good on Game Lord.
Yeah. I mean, the MUERTE was slowly but surely falling down towards the bottom, and after such dominant performance, it's a little bit of a sticky situation to be in. But when we're looking at the likes of Unicorns of Love, and this is what I'm saying, when we're looking at SHOCKWAVE, 13th to 14th place, that is such a big gap. I mean, 80 points in total, Max, that they need to close in if they want to make sure that they're even catching up to the competition. But that's without taking into consideration the fact that SHOCKWAVE are continuously going to be pushing their boundaries as well.
Yeah, Unicorns of Love, one of the only teams that has not got a chicken dinner with Team Doom. But Unicorns of Love, I'd like to see a dub happen. That would really just solidify their position in this top 16. But yeah, the bottom teams, it's pretty close between a lot of them. If you're below SHOCKWAVE, you're still in the danger zone. So you need to get those points, get those wins if you want to make sure you head into the finals. But it's, from what we've seen for some of these bottom teams, comebacks are possible. But the clock is ticking now, Janiro. We need to see these teams get results starting pretty much tomorrow now. Yeah, but today's over, but tomorrow.
Yeah, today, tomorrow, as soon as possible. But something that we have also been trying to get some results with is the analyst against casters in terms of predictions. Now, yesterday was actually quite a fruitful day for us, but today was not that great. But that's fine, because we're still on top, because Blank just did an oopsie yesterday.
Yeah, I mean, Blank did a little oopsie, but that's fine. That happens to everyone. But I'm scared of John now. He's working real hard, and he really worked out today. How many points on the day did he get, actually? I didn't even look.
He got a total of 7 points today, so
okay, that's a comeback. That's a comeback and a half. Okay, I'm scared. Janiro, tomorrow we need to pop off because our position is not safe on the throne. We might be taken over by the casters, and I don't like that.
Yeah,
that can't happen.
Yeah, quaking in my boots, but guys, make sure you check out our socials because you can stay up to date with everything that is going on. We have it all. We have the Twitch, the Facebook, the YouTube, the TikTok. So you can scan the QR code, as Max is currently alluding to. Because, you know, Max, on the socials, I heard there is this thing called a giveaway.
I like giveaways. They're pretty cool because you can get stuff for free, and they're not just any skins, they're permanent skins. You can get one of these few ones, the cool grenade, the parachute, or also the fashion leader set. And if you go over to Instagram, Esports PUBGM EU, and you go check out the pinned post, tell us in the comments which player you think might be the MVP of the event, and you might get yourself some cool, sexy skins. Very cool.
Pog, very pog. I mean, thank you guys for tuning in. Make sure that you also tune into Turkey, which is quite a very strong region themselves. Got to keep our eyes on the competition and see what they've been up to. Thank you all for tuning in today. We're going to be back tomorrow, same time, same place, so we'll see you then.